relatively three lockboxes. One is full of conflicting opinions about how to digitize your operation.
Yo, 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 yo. What is up, guys? How are you? How are you? I am just trying to gauge the sentiment in TRKA. If you guys could request some mics, that'd be dope. Rather than, having me sit here and talk to myself and how, great of a play I think this may be. But, overall, I'm sitting, I've been sitting here since yesterday, maybe even earlier, trying to look at the downsides on this play, and I want someone to try to poke a hole in my theory, almost. I am waiting currently for Neil, which is he actually has experience in the hedge fund industry. That way we can kind of see exactly what, what they may be thinking, per se. So, bear with me as I wait for Neil, and as you guys request mics. You know what? It appears as if... Hold on, I'm sorry. It looks like another space opened up with where we were supposed to. Let me go ahead. Let me join that. Please follow me, and then we'll get that all squared away. Thanks, guys.
All right, let's see here. Thanks, Stephanie. Yeah, I thought, why not? Let's see if he wants to come out and say something.
Let's see.
All right, there we go. What's up, Buzz?
What is good? What is good? What is good?
It's time.
It is time. You know what? Honestly, dude, I don't even think it is time yet. I don't even think it started.
Yeah, it's, well, I guarantee you someone's pissed off because I've got more FUD in the last 48 hours. It all started, it started in long after the close at 5 o'clock standard time when it was sitting around 30, pulled back to 28.5 and ended. And then it was almost like they had a little group huddle, and then boom, all of a sudden I had them coming at me at the exact same time. About 5 or 6 different people piling in with questions of just pure uncertainty and doubt and all this. And I'm like thinking, okay, if this was legit, anybody that just rode this out, 20% or whatever it was, 25% or something, where would that come from? You know what I mean? It's like either you're not in and you missed it, you missed 25% today as a day trader, or you have got a position in it that is now in jeopardy. So I got really bullish when I started seeing all that stupid shit.
To me, it's just people not reading filings.
No, I was talking Friday. So not this. Now this, I mean, sorry. I was thinking end of the week. So Thursday, sorry. So yesterday at 5 o'clock. So right after that, I'd say about a half hour after that is when they started hitting me. Now today, yeah, when that filing came out, of course, there was 2 or 3 new ones that I've never seen before, and one of them was just created today. So they created a Twitter profile just to come at me with this bullshit. And so I thought that stuff always makes me bullish. It's like if you have something to hide and you're creating a Twitter to come at me, it's obviously, who am I going to have more faith in? Myself, who's me, fully doxxed with my face on here, been on here for years, since 2014, or just some guy that created a fucking Twitter account 10 minutes ago to come at me with questions. So I'm going to just take his questions and validate them. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? He's just trying to create that fear and get anybody to read those questions and then not even to look into it. And a lot of people do. They just read a little bit of stuff and scroll on. So maybe they think it works. I don't know. I really don't know, but I was laughing.
I had somebody come into my YouTube chat and tell me it's short TRKA.
Well, um, Arca's a good buddy of mine, Arca Bowles, and I had talked to him early this week, and I said, "Yo, we need to do one on TRK. Get a good one going on TRKA this week." Looking at it, and basically the wedge, it's broken out of the descending wedge, and it's flatlined down at the support level. And I said, "I just feel like it's going to spring." And then he came. I see that. I also see that there could be some more downside. And he's like, "What makes you think that? Is there any catalyst?" And I hadn't known that was coming yet. And that was when I was like, "Well, I just see that it broke the wedge, and there's still a lot of sentiment." And then, sure enough, it fucking snapped and went for a ride, and then all that news broke and blah blah blah. So, and here we are, and now we have another catalyst, and then now, with what happened, what came out today, I'm super bullish because it's kind of like looking at all the other guys like NVIDIA, Wells Fargo. These guys all ran for shelf, a big shelf package because they saw the upside.
You're breaking up, bud. So I'll just go ahead and take for a second.
Can you hear me okay?
All right, now I can go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying it's not going to be a straight line up. There's going to be pullbacks. And so with that, I'm thinking that the last thing they want to do is to take too much time if they are covering to get out if they.
This is space that's on Twitter. Follow me at Buzz Margin Call.
The buyback itself, you're going to see that going throughout this week. The beginning of the week. So it's going to get interesting. And I also think that by them filing that today, they're setting themselves up down the road when it gets to the true value to actually liquidate some of that stuff, to use it to acquire and do whatever else they want to do for the company, pay debt and all that good stuff. So it's huge. I mean, NVIDIA did it, and they went up 77% right after that, and they recovered where they were fucking not doing well through this whole bear market. And then over the since February, when NVIDIA filed theirs, they've been screaming up. Look at the 3-month chart on NVIDIA, and it's graceful. It's not a fucking short squeeze. They're just climbing back to their value from this bearish market of being fucking everything was shorted. Everything. I mean,
can you make the argument though that the 150 million that they're raising is going to be just to strengthen the company as a whole and make it a better acquisition than it already is?
Oh, of course, exactly what it's for. But if you think about it, that's peanuts, because what it really is it's a bargain for them to do it now and then sell it later when it's a bigger value. When NVIDIA did it, it was $10 billion. $10 billion. So 150 million, if you look at right now, what is it, 89, I think. Let me see what it was the cap right now. 81. The market cap's 81. So what's that tell you? I mean, I'm no math major, but they're going to strengthen this thing. And they're not going to be, obviously it's going to take at least a month for those to go into play before they can even get them into play, even if they wanted to. So what this all smells like to me is, retail watches for that screamer to the sky, and they're going to try to avoid that. They're going to try to climb this thing and get investors in that want, but at the same time build value and not try to get people bailing. So if they just screamed it up to $2,
Rocket Girl is like a pillar of my community. Moyo.
Retail has to
I don't know if you know
who
she is.
And think as with ownership, if they want to really grow with an investment and not think like there's some kind of fucking jackpot they're going to hit, and a bunch of bells are going to go off and whistles and shit, and somebody's going to come out of the cage with a check and write it to them. Like, this is not a casino. Yeah, it is, but no, it's not. So the fact is, if you really believe in this company, like I believe in this company, and look at the value of the company and what it's being pinned at, you can call it anywhere from $1.50 up to $5, all in there. That's just the beginning. But if you look at the value of the company and the contracts that they're signing left and right, I mean, Coca-Cola, they just did the Diet Coke one. They got fucking contracts with all kinds of college sports. They got Paulo Blanco, or whatever, Blanchero, whatever the hell his name is, the basketball player who's a beast. I've used him in fantasy basketball before. He's good.
Her name's
dude's a
Rocket
stud. He
Girl.
just came out of college not too long ago, and he's one of their signed-on spokesmen. They got a lot. They went heavy in college sports. They're helping rebrand part of a division of the southern sector for college sports. So when it comes to branding, that's what they do. And so, I mean, everybody wants to get in the digital, aspect of branding. So they're going to keep signing contracts. Revenue's going to keep coming in. Go ahead, bud.
Can you make me a host so I could bring up my my friend here who happens to be an ex-hedge fund owner?
Yeah, absolutely. Coming at you right now. And if anybody else along the way has questions, raise your hand. This is a town hall, so everybody's welcome to come up, say your bit. If you, if you're feeling scared about something, you have questions on it, or you want to point something out.
Neil, accept that
definitely
that
feel
invite.
free.
One minute here while I try to pull these guys up.
Yeah, no sweat. Okay, here's a request from Greg. Okay, I pulled Greg up there.
A question I had was, I was just watching this video because I'm new to this penny stocks essentially, but I was just watching this video on how basically S3 filings often come with or on the back of news, and typically what happens, like you said, is like it's going to spike up, not necessarily the $2, but it's going to spike up. Do you kind of foresee that happening? Because I do, like, based off all the research I've been doing on this stock, and like as you've been talking about in the last couple of minutes, like believe in this long term, but I'm like scared that it's going to also plummet, so like that's kind of my thoughts on it.
Plummeting would be a dream for a lot of different people right now. So, and I'm not even talking shorts. I'm talking, there's a lot of people that are looking to acquire right now. Insiders are filing because obviously they want to take advantage of a value, not to sell it because it went from 20 cents to 30 cents. They know what's coming based on what's happening behind closed doors. You also have to remember that a lot of this comes with legality, announcing these announcements. And also, a lot of the times, insiders are getting this information and institutions are getting this information ahead of retail. And you bet your ass that the big boys in the institutions out there, if they catch wind of something with a lot of upside like that and something's about to swing, they're going to get ahead of it. And so, so I'm not discounting that it isn't going to rip. It isn't
At
just
Buzz Margin Call.
shit. I can almost guarantee there's going to be some good movement, but I also feel like they're going to try to be strategic about it because they want to buy these shares for the best price they can. So there is going to be fuckery to get that value, that cost as low as they can. So we saw that in the after hours. Once they waited, I said when they wait for all of us, when we're shut out for 4 o'clock Pacific Standard Time to 5 o'clock, that's when they're going to start making their moves. And you saw it. I mean, as soon as we got into after hours, here they go. And then they got ahead of themselves and they had to pull it back. And then they put them back in. They were trying not to break that 30 mark, and they did. And so it's touched on the 30 a couple times now. If it goes over the 30, that's when it's going to get kind of squirrely because they're not going to have as much control. It's going to get expensive. Short sellers are still out there. They're buried in the fact that they were counting on 300 million in a float when it was called that it was going to not go onto the market and not be tradable. There's a lot of stuff behind this. I don't know everything. Nobody knows everything. I can tell you in a situation like this, where it was up to 70 plus cents and people started to hit it with shorts heavily, there was a lot of FTDs that were created when it got to 20 cents and it started doing its bounces to 23, 24 cents and so on. That's when you saw more and more FTDs. So they still have all that out there. Plus, they went harder when it got brought back down. Then, when it ran on Thursday, that trapped even more people that had shorted, and that's even retail. That's that's everything.
So we have Neil in the room. I just want to go ahead and say thank you for his time. He has quite an extensive background. In fact, I'd like to have him explain it. But basically, he does not know much DD about this scenario at all. However, he could go ahead and he could provide us insight on what the institutions may be thinking. So Neil, hi, hello, thank you for joining us. Would you like to introduce yourself and maybe a little bit about your background and maybe like why retail, should trust you?
Well, I don't think retail should trust anyone. To be very candid, especially if they come from a market background. Look at the short report. That should tell you right off the bat. But since I'm retired, and I do this just because I enjoy doing it, I've sold my business about 5 years ago, and I've just been enjoying life since. But I still enjoy working here and doing things, and especially those who are doing fundamental things. And I'll tell you, what I've seen over a good period of time is the shorts are going to force themselves, at least the big companies, are shorting everything and anything that the SEC is not looking at. And that's why you'll see these small penny stocks like this and those OTC stocks get shorted to below nothing.
Now, correct me if I'm mistaken, though, but now that GNS went ahead, and it doesn't matter that the TRKA board did not respond, right? But ever since that tweet was sent out from Hamilton, regardless or not if it was deleted, right? Don't you think that the damage was done in regards to admitting what the offering price per share is, and then further along beyond that, isn't it TRKA's responsibility then to match that?
Not necessarily match it per se. As you and I were talking yesterday, it's more of if the board decides not to accept the offer, they need to be able to tell their shareholders exactly why. And they're going to have to be able to prove to them that this company is going to be worth more in the future than it is right now at a couple extra cents.
How long of a period do they have in order to go ahead and, prove their authenticity?
That's up to the board and the stockholders. No later than the next board meeting. I mean, the board's going to have to meet, but no later than they start getting pressure from the stockholders.
So it sounds like you're telling us that we got to be loud, and we have to, obviously, put pressure on the bigwigs.
Well, yes. If the company has turned down the offer, or the board has turned down the offer, then every shareholder should be out there screaming to shareholder services exactly why.
I'm sitting here looking right now at the Naked Short report, as you've kind of trained me.
It's what, 58%,
Fif-
62%?
Yeah, 58%, 62%, 58%, 53%, 57%, 59, 57, 50, 53, 59, 60, 56, 64, 52, 57, 60, 54, 57, 53, 52, 58, 56. So over the past month, there has not been one day that yeah, so over the past month, there has not been one day where the shorts have not controlled the price of the stock.
And they are still controlling the price of the stock because you don't have enough buyers out there given the number of shorts. That's why the other day I told you my buyback in is going to be at 2040.
I love how specific you are because you always like bottom tick and top tick everything. Um, but however, now we have now we have these filings. So we had the filing in regards to basically they went ahead and they canceled the Series E. Okay. Now in the filing it says certain. It does not say all. I want to be very very clear about that. However, then today I'm seeing an S3 regarding $150 million. So yes, obviously it may come down a little bit, but I just see that as an accumulation zone with all these catalysts. Could this be further strengthening of the balance sheet?
I, I think the shorts are using this to allow the price to go up, and then they're going to dump it, just like they have every other time it's shot up. And then they're going to take the big margin profit.
Now, what if they go ahead and
I will say that's only given that the board doesn't turn around and say, we accept the offer, or they come in with a better offer.
And that was my question to you.
Yeah, and that gets publicized enough that you have consistent, nonstop buyers that overwhelm the shorts. When that over 50% short volume drops down to like 10%, then you've got them.
So GNS actually made contact with me, and they said that they might make it to our next space call. So I think that would be awesome. I just want to go ahead and say that for the community. But with that being said, Neil, there are developments with Roger Hamilton, obviously, and like him going ahead and him spearheading like the the CEO block. Now, as a media company, and I know that you're unfamiliar with this, you've been out of the game heavy for 5 years, right? But don't you think that with Upstream and the capabilities that he has with the dual listing, that might be a good thing for his business as well?
Yes. The real issue he needs to do, though, is there needs to be a great deal more publicity on it.
It sounds like you're telling us to make noise.
No. He needs to make noise.
So should we be asking the GNS board, or should we be asking the TRKA board for the terms of the offer?
You could ask both. All right. But when I say publicity, it needs to come from the top. The companies need to release press releases stating one way or the other, what they're doing, Are they leaning one way? Is Hamilton maybe thinking about offering a higher price if they reject their offer? Those sorts of news flashes that come out and go across the board, across all the wire services. Those are the type of publicity that I'm talking about that's going to drive your buyers and overwhelm the shorts. Do you understand where I'm coming from there?
I do. Another question that comes to mind is, how do you value a company that's growing as fast as they are?
You value by their customer base.
Now, their customer base, includes companies like AT&T. So with a strong customer base, how do you value it then, even though they are growing at the pace that they are?
Like I said, you have to just look at what they have now, and that gives you, and what their contracts are worth, and then that gives you a fair price for the company. Now, like you said, they're growing, and because they are growing at this current rate, and as long as that rate is continued, your biggest
Yo,
next
throw your
step
boy a like and a
for the
sub.
company in
If you're trying to pull this
itself
community together,
will
please.
be, when are they going to show huge profits? When are they going to exceed expectations on both growth and profit?
Thank you very, very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Any questions from anyone else?
It's for Neil here, Neil. It's first off, I want to thank you for coming to our space. My biggest question is looking at, just close on Thursday, market's not open today. And then looking at Monday, we saw most of this movement. It was under control between, it getting as high as 23, 24 cents, knocking it back down to 20
TF,
cents.
I know,
over
I
the
feel
course
you,
of
dog. I
2
see what you're
days.
saying.
We saw that kind of standard pattern, and then we saw the news break.
I feel you,
and
100%.
the reaction we didn't see that till about 3 o'clock Pacific Standard, so 6 o'clock on the East Coast is when it really rocked, and it went from down in the low 20s, 22, 23 cents, and it shot up to 29 cents. And it was kind of looking like they were doing a lot of controlled accumulating, before it ended. And it seemed as if they tried to drop it back a little bit to almost make the next day, kind of open it up the next day to give them a little bit more play. Would you say that they would, come at it by just accumulating starting Monday, or would you say that they would want to try to attack it further? Because what it looked like to me was about 30 to 40% of the daily volume came after the close. And so what that said to me was, this is institutions. This is behind closed doors stuff going on. So that I'm bullish about that. Just to give you my perspective, based upon how much quick movement past all the resistance of 25. 25 was a strong resistance point, and we broke through that. 30 was the next resistance. It definitely got up into that. And then they kind of pulled back at the very, very end, right at 5 o'clock Pacific Standard, 8 o'clock on the East Coast. So what's your take on that movement late at the end of Thursday, yesterday?
I would say let's look at what happens at 7 o'clock on Monday morning. Because that will kind of give you an idea of which way they're going to move.
Are you on the East Coast?
Yes.
Yes, so 7 East. Okay, so pre-market.
And I'm up at 4:45 every morning, so.
Yeah. Oh, I'm up there. I'm every time pounding my coffee, tweeting away. Absolutely. Excellent. Okay. Yeah, I'm curious.
But that's going. That's those time frames are when the shorts have been really moving things and trying to get the price a little lower to look like they're going to buy. To cover their higher sells. When I sit there and look at level 2, and I see all these market indicators that say FINA, I'm sitting there going, naked shorts, naked shorts, naked shorts, naked shorts.
Yeah. And that was one thing we've seen now over the last, I'd say, month straight, all the way since about March 6th. It's been, FINA just mad, absolutely mad. And we heard the numbers earlier. Buzz gave us the numbers. So yeah, there's a lot there. But what I'm seeing, where I felt like, number one, I'm bullish about the company itself, and obviously 20 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, $1. I don't see that as, I see that as a huge buy, a huge opportunity. So I'm not day trading it. I'm just trying to accumulate myself. I'm looking to buy Monday. I like to help throw fuel in the fire. So I like to buy on days like, when it's, what's going on, there's action, help to push the shorts into those positions. And obviously, like you said before, if retail is heavy on it and focused on it, that's when you're going to get that, upset that position. As far as when you look at the big picture, the stock, is rumored to be, valued anywhere between $1.50 and $5 right now is what several different indicators are pointing at. And you look at this buyback and you look at what Roger was, attempting to acquire at, those are still mysterious numbers. But if you just look at the company itself, 20, 30 cents at 67 million tradable, what I see with all those naked shorts is a position of kicking the can down the road, where they know that when there was first the announcement of 300 million shares coming into the market, and then they re-announced that they were not going to come in and be tradable, that was definitely many days after trading days, where many shorts were attacking it, and the naked shorts seem to have piled in even harder once they realized that there's not that many. So we're seeing a volume of, on some days, 200 million in volume was the average on a 67 million tradable float. At what point do they run out of bullets with the naked position to just keep kind of ladder attacking it down in this high frequency trading? At what point do you see how much pressure does retail need to put on them really to cave that in?
You have to actually have an amount of volume that so far exceeds those of the shorts.
Thank you, Hatter.
You now control the price. And the best way I've found,
feel free to grab a mic,
screw the shorts, is what I've told Buzz before, is you short the shorts. Look at how they're playing that market. And, you buy the dip, sell the rip, that sort of mentality. But here, if you're looking to accumulate, look at when the shorts are taking the price down. And that's when you go in and accumulate heavily.
Yes, I did that about 4 times a day for about 4 days straight this week, where I saw the good pullbacks. I could see the momentum and how they were dropping it, and then they would stall it to see if anybody else was going to, sell or bail. And so I'd watch it, then I'd watch them wait, drop it a little further. I can almost see where they struggle, where you see the response of the pressure coming in. and I try to grab those pullbacks. And I'm not afraid to, post it up. I'm like live tweeting, throughout the day when I see these pullbacks, and I'm putting my money where my mouth is. I'm going heavier on them. I went heavier in the 20s this week than ever before. I had hit the 17 mark, 18 mark a little bit. But when I saw the 20s, that seemed to be a good support level. So anytime I saw it get around 2021, I was hammering it, and then it was coming back up, but I wasn't selling at 24, knowing that it's going to hit 25, and then that's when they're going to rattle it some more and hit that kind of to try to create that sell wall. And so I kept just following that pattern and hammering it on the 20 mark. Now that we've broke that 25, we're seeing it took them about a week or so to bring it from 30 cents back to 20 cents again. And that just happened recently. They did it twice since the early March run up. They did it twice where it got back up to 30, and they were able to bring it back down over the course of a week. And I hit it a few times early on the way down, but then I realized what they were doing and where they were heading. And so as soon as it got down to the 20 mark, that's when I hammered it. So I plan on, and I've been growing my buys as we go, knowing that there's not that many real shares available, and eventually the ship will right itself. So I've been going heavier. In fact, on Monday, I'm going to do one big block buy right out the gate when I see that pullback. If I do, I hope I do, but I like it at 30 cents. I'll buy it. I said that a while ago. I'll buy it all the way up to 50 cents right now and see what happens, because I feel like after that, that's when they're going to get trapped. Once it hits 50 cents, that's kind of where I feel like a lot of them are going to have to start to try to cover, and that's where you'll probably see a short squeeze. So anywhere around 30 cents is a buy, but I also, I like to play it even smarter and a little tighter and more conservative and look for those little pullbacks. We just had one to 28.5. So right now it's sitting at 28.5, and I'm going to be up real early Monday to catch to see if they're going to do a pullback. I feel like they like to do a little run for liquidity, a pump, and then pull it back. So I'm going to watch for that.
And they do change it out daily, which way they go and how they do it. Some go down before the market, and then they take it up. Others, they take it up, then bring it down. The way you're buying is the way I would recommend it to everyone. Now, if you're looking to accumulate and you know they're going to drop it back down, go on and sell your shares at that higher price, and then just buy more when it's down at the bottom.
I don't understand what you want me to do, Hatter. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, totally agree. Now, for those that are not day traders, not holding over 25 grand in their account, not able to do that without raising a flag with the SEC and getting suspended and all that juicy stuff, they're playing on it, every 24 hour. And I was doing that a couple years ago, and I was using two stocks, and because I couldn't technically day trade, so I was using two stocks and playing them both off of when there was a peak in one, I would sell and I'd buy into the down on the other. And I grabbed two that were not in the same ETFs, so they weren't really riding the same charts in essence. So I could actually get a good value in that fluctuation. And I kind of built on that. And real quick, I just want to throw this out there for anybody joining in. Neil's up here. He's given us some great knowledge. He's retired now. He owned a hedge fund. He's sharing his info, and knowledge is power. If you guys get a chance, retweet this space, send it out, DM it to your friends, bring them in. We got a little bit of time here, so let's take advantage of it. If you guys have questions, any of you that are in right now, put your hand up, come on up. We'd love to hear from you. Give Neil some respect and love. He's sharing some great information. I'm going to bring Texas up. Neil, are you good with a few questions from some of the crowd?
Sure, it's not a problem. And just for your information, I have 4 accounts that I'm using right now.
Yeah, I only have 3.
Yeah.
I had 2 and I have 1 that's kind of weak, but I have 2 main ones that I use. Devil Docs, I like it. I'm a Marine, so I got to bring this guy up, and I'm going to shoot him a follow back. So Texas Devil Doc. I'm an 0311 dog, so I'm gonna bring you up here.
Just so you know, I was an Army Ranger, then I got smart and went to flight school.
There you go.
There you go.
Fine. There you go.
My question is, any thoughts on the Genius Group's tweets at the same time that they dropped the 8K and the S3 today as well? It seemed pretty cryptic for them to have tweets the way that they did. What are your thoughts on it? Sure.
They said and I don't know if Neil saw this. They said that what was it? Complacency didn't mean that they weren't doing anything. Basically, I forget the exact word that they used.
Okay.
It was. I'm sorry. It was silence doesn't mean complacency.
Yeah, he's just telling his following that things are still working, and it's still on the table. So
pair that with the fact that they also reached out to me, and they also said that they may be able to make our next space as well.
So that would be good too, because maybe we can get some more information. Because my first question to the guy is going to be, all right, why this company and what does it fill in your own company? How does this help you?
Yeah.
Because when he goes into the detail for that, that's going to tell you a lot.
Greg, I see your hand up. Texas, was that a good answer for you?
Yes, sir. Yes.
All right, Greg, up to you, buddy.
It was basically piggybacking off of like the tweet stuff. Like, is there any insights as to what the 419 meant? Like, that was to me very odd, and I was kind of came out of left field. But I feel like there's probably not a real answer as to what we know it is. But I was just curious if anybody had any insights as to what 419 was.
I didn't see anything on it, so I can't really answer.
I have no I missed that.
I hope it's not too juicy. Hey, Texas, I'm flying out to San Antonio 4:20. I'm flying out. So I hope I'm not on a plane when it's getting squirrely.
Man. Yes, I do believe the 419 is a investor meeting or they are going to release, I know Genius Group is supposed to release some news on 419. Hopefully we'll hear a buyout price on that by that. And that would give us a good time to get an organic run. Like we said earlier, I don't look for a straight up. We need the healthy pullbacks.
Okay. Well, remember a couple of things about especially the naked shorts. The shorts have no time period that they have to cover. Just when someone wants their stock back, those people have to cover at that point. But the naked shorts a lot of times are using counterfeit stock, especially at this level, and it's because the SEC's not looking.
So that's the thing with upstream, though, Neil. So what Roger has done is he has dual listed GNS onto upstream, which is on the blockchain, in order to combat naked shorts. That's why between or acquiring something like TRKA could then lead to bigger things if they were to also dual list. And then not only speaking on that regard, but say that they dual list, and then all of these other companies want to go ahead and they want to be on the blockchain, so they can't be illegally naked short sold. Then they could go ahead and they could help them rebrand, also offer coupons and things of that nature.
Yeah, that's true. And that works. But until you can actually have more buyers than you have short sellers, you're not going to control the price on it. That's really the hard truth on it. And now this news can run the price up. I remember when Helbits went from a couple of cents to over $3, and the follow on news, and the following week they were back down to about 10 cents. So I don't get excited on news. I do look at company fundamentals, and that's one of the reasons I like Buzz's site, because they do fundamentals. And that's what every investor should do. Now, when I see these shorts like that, it just, it cracks me more than you believe. But it's a fact, unless they come out with something that says we're going to do a deal, you run the risk of those shorts pulling that thing way back.
So it sounds to me as we're kind of at their mercy until we hear like the offering price, and then as soon as that offering price comes in, I mean, it sounds like then the fuse may be lit.
That's true, and you'll see a difference on that short report, because the buyers have to drive the shorts in the ground, and you got to have the amount of buyers to do that.
I got a question on that, Neil. So, I was involved in, other short squeeze chases along the last 3 years. I had early GameStop. I was heavier on AMC.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of these positions where they're heavily naked shorting, they can control these floats, especially if there's a large float. It's hard. Obviously, the SEC is not paying attention, tracking detail. It's not on blockchain. Would you say so? 67 million float, tradable float out there, right? We're seeing volume some days much higher than that. And on Thursday, we saw just around that exact amount traded. And that, of course, the volume is the in and the out. Would you say that at say 20 to 30 cents, the price, it's kind of like, I always use the reference of going into the casino. If you've only got $100, you're going to last a lot longer all night on the penny slots than you are going to be on the dollar slots. So would you say, and I was trading, a $500 million float that was trading at $5 to $8. I was trading with a bunch of traders that were attacking it. We were beating up the shorts at times, and they were getting back control of it. But the average Joe coming in to buy some shares, would you say that at a 30 cents, and this is just a fair, basic just question, would you say that at 30 cents a share, the average guy could come in, buy 1,000 shares, and if you had a handful of people doing that, because I'm already at 6 figures in shares, and I did that pretty affordably, would you say that if enough of the people out there saw what the TRK was doing and knew that, hey, I could 3x this to $1, would you say that if there was enough people come, say, this week after all this news that hit it hard, that it could actually shake up those naked positions?
Keep in mind before you answer that it was blasted across CNBC as well.
Facts.
Well, I would say I recalled what was it, over a year ago, when people woke up one morning and a large group of investors, like us, or like the crowd here, went in and drove the price on AMC to $1,500 a share. And Citadel and all these big companies went screaming, oh, we own the teachers fund and we own all this stuff. If you walk in with something like that, then you've got them by the short hairs.
Yeah, and I remember GameStop doing that for sure.
Yeah. And I'm not talking 1,500 a share, but if the price is driven up appreciably, then you have the ability to control it. And that's what you almost have to have in order to take out a large naked short volume.
Now, I also noticed on the way down, extremely light volume compared to, obviously, the rips up, right? In your thoughts, light volume on the way down is indicative of a bounce. Am I right? Because, I mean, the way that it ended on in after hours yesterday, right? It seemed like we were just trending after 200.
Remember when a little after 3 o'clock, I said the volume is drying up?
I do remember that.
Okay. That's when you started seeing FINRA screaming. Big red.
The TRF orders that you always talk about.
Yeah. And there was that pullback. Right? Like I said, every pullback is a buy. And eventually, these guys are going to run out of shares. Well, you asked the question, Buzz, or Jonathan, excuse me, on Thursday, how many shorts were available through multiple brokers, and it came back 0. Oh, those are the guys that are going to break first.
I like when you use words like break.
Right. But you're going to have some very strong hands across the whole board. You've got way too many people who are traders who, if that price goes 2 cents down, I mean, they've got beads of sweat on their forehead and their hands are shaking and their heart's coming through their chest. And they should be in a mutual fund. Probably one of Kathy's. But because they don't belong in the market. But those people are going to sell. And those people with stops are going to get ripped because if you notice, there's usually a stop run before the market opens or right as the market opens. So those are your long poles in the tent. Are those people who are willing to give up their shares.
Now, do you think that somebody like Peter Coates, who's a billionaire, would be sitting in this at, an average of over $1 a share if, he didn't see a future in this?
Well, billionaires don't become billionaires if they don't see a future in these things. Like you and I were talking yesterday evening, right now, this downturn, and I think it's going to go worse, and I think the dollar's going to go to shit. And I think the Fed is going to come out with its own currency. Probably a crypto type currency. But when this is at the bottom, it's a good time to start picking stocks that have a solid future if they weren't artificially driven down. Because those are the stocks that, when things change, are going to go up several 1,000%.
What about the ones that are fundamentally strong but artificially driven down?
That's the one I'm talking about.
Sounds like TRKA.
Yeah, I mean, that's one. Cent is another one. There's several of them there.
Sounds like acquisition season.
Yeah. In the interim, like I said, commodities are going to be on the list. And, that's why a lot of people are going into gold. Well, gold has gone up. I don't know how much more it will go. But it's not a bad idea. If Rocket Girl was here, I would say the idea that people came up with is get on Craigslist and offer to, let me back up. If you check around your local areas, there's usually a gold dealers. And they will pay their spot for gold, silver, or whatever is going to be higher than the price of gold.
Touching back towards like GNS and TRKA, right?
Right.
Obviously, I mean, you were there for like the mafia play. You know my average was 59 cents. I got out over $7, right? Do you see a lot of the money pouring out of GNS and into TRKA?
That's one I wouldn't attempt to guess at, Jonathan.
Let me touch on that real quick, Neil, because this is something we talked about a month ago in Spaces, maybe less, about 3 weeks ago. What I noticed was we saw a switch, and we always have to remember the timeline, and everybody's human, and everybody goes back and forth on stuff, and I for some reason can never forget what people say. And I remember when GNS was pumping hard, $7, I was in there, made some money, got out. It came back down. It was playing in the 4.5s. It got beat down a little further. As that was starting to happen, TRKA
Liking something smart
off in the beginning of March, and it happened over the course of about 3 days, 4 days, that it plateaued, and then it went to the next leg, and it plateaued, and just little bull flags, and then it kept climbing up. And I noticed that Roger made some slight comments on Twitter about TRKA, and there was a little bit of pushback from the TRKA community. Then you saw the massive attack of naked shorts. Once they got it to 50 cents, back down from the 90s down to 50 cents, they attacked it hard. And that's when you saw a lot of the sentiment leave, and a lot of the original holders that were holding TRKA from 7 cents, they were like, I'm out. I made my money. I'm good. And they'll tell you that story. Everybody will tell you that story. I noticed Roger made some comments because that was when GNS had been beaten down farther. Then it was a little bit later that there was sentiment coming back to TRKA, and he changed his tune. And that's where it caught my attention, that he changed his tune, and he started to talk that he was getting into meetings with them, and he was powwowing with them about how to beat the shorts. And I'm like, okay, now he's on the wagon. And then you fast forward to now we're talking acquisitions and we're talking buyouts and we're talking all this. So what I see is exactly what Buzz said, and I felt that, right away based on the timeline of what was said by Roger himself, and the timeline of how GNS was acting versus TRKA. And so for me personally, I do feel that, and I feel like if you step back, look what they do in their marketing world, there is a big advantage to GNS to have TRKA on the board with them, because they can obviously market the hell out of them, because that's what they do, and they do it really well. And they've actually just recently took a lot of the funding away from the old school ways of marketing, and they've pumped all of that into digital marketing. There's been a lot of discussion of NFTs. There's been a discussion of all of that aspect of digital marketing. And you're seeing that happening now with that hype video that was put out. Now we're hearing that they're going to rebrand TRKA. So when you hear that they're rebranding TRKA, that makes me right alongside of the comments of the possible buyout of TRKA. This is telling me, like, basically Stephanie had just asked a little bit ago in Twitter. She asked me, or I think it was Stephanie, I'm not sure, or maybe not, who asked about who was the bigger person to potentially buying them out. There was a few different people talking about that. Who is their possibility of a bigger buyout when it comes to them as a media company? And then now at the same time, there's discussion of rebranding TRKA. And so it all points to bullish in my eyes. That's very bullish, because if we were trading at $7 a share right now, I'd be a little concerned because of the market cap, the value of the company. But 67 million shares trading at 30 cents, I'm crazy bullish right now.
Especially when they thought that the float was going to be bigger.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a trap. If you ask me, that was a beautiful trap.
I will tell you, large companies, capital investment companies, and the worst one is Citadel. Gosh. They hire their own shorts. They hire their own sort of marketing guys. They got a crew that sits in stock twits. And then every media outlet.
They took over Reddit. After the big push with Wall Street Bets, they sent their clown cronies into Wall Street Bets and completely dismembered it. And then they created Wall Street Bets 2, and then they went into that and dismembered that. I was heavily in that, as Under the Neon was my call sign on there. Under the Neon. If you guys saw anything from me back in the early GameStop stuff, that was right when we were still getting a lot of live stuff from Roaring Kitty. And that was
Neil he's a member of our community. He's an ex-hedge fund member.
There was a lot of bots. There were a lot of people in there that were paid to play, and I was hearing all kinds of stories of they were getting paid for engagement. They were getting paid. We're talking pennies. We're talking $20 for engagement tweets and engagement, posts on Reddit. So I'm 1,000% with you. They've got their rogue dreadnoughts everywhere. Obviously, Robinhood is one of them. It's one of their dreadnoughts. There's a lot of them. They're a massive machine. The way they protect this is paying Janet Yellen and more than the government does. So my personal question on that is, because I've heard everything.
We refer to her as Miss Jibber Jabber.
Yep. And when you look at Jibber Jabber and you look at the protections that the guy who owns 19 homes in the U.S. and X amount in the Bahamas and Caymans, and also owns the most expensive transaction of real estate in the history of residential real estate, that is Ken Griffin himself. you know, he's been talks to 20x on what Madoff ever did. You know, when you got a guy that's doing that and funding that and has unlimited power, would you say, and this is something I started to notice, like you said at the beginning of the call, that they're shorting anything and everything, and that's something I've said on calls for a while now. They're attacking it all, and retail is spread very thin. Retail is chasing all kinds of tickers and daily movements. You got scalpers, you got wannabe day traders, you got day traders, you got it all. And would you say that they are spread thin, shorting everything and anything? And with that, if retail was to focus on something that was fundamentally supported with a solid future, and we're not talking about, you know, and I'm not knocking the idea of going to movies. I went and saw some great movies recently, but there was the whole thing versus, you know, streaming at home versus going out to the movies, and that was the whole push for the fundamentals of AMC. But that's real estate, that's real brick and mortar. There's a lot more to that. Whereas you look at a company like TRKA, they are in a digital world where we are today, and where generations are being raised by their phones, and they're biting on all the marketing that comes in with the algorithms and all their social medias. Would you say that fundamentally, if a company was strong and growing and retail was to focus, that they could actually create that type of epic short squeeze, especially if they are that heavily naked shorted? You know, that's not obviously my focus for TRKA. My focus for them is basically, you're selling me a 30-cent stock that should be worth $2. And I'm no math major, but if I could pull fucking 7x, that's a pretty good investment in my eyes. And so if you look at that, would you say that TRK is in a position that if retail was to come in with the sentiment stronger than they ever have been, that we could see that kind of ripple that would rock their boat?
It is possible. Okay. I know that the large corporation, large, you know, movement guys, and the large financial corporations will short 1,000 different shares, stocks a month, just one team, just so they can make, you know, think 100,000 off of each one. How much is that a month to the bottom line? As such, they find it easier to do that, especially on these companies that aren't looked at by the SEC. When you get over $5, the SEC will kind of look towards it. But when you're down under $1, no one's looking at you except for them.
And Roger Hamilton.
Yeah. What needs to happen is Hamilton and the board at TRKA to actually sit down together and start discussing it. That sort of news will bring in more buyers. That will start scaring off the shorts. I still take everything with a grain of salt, because I have seen too many of these things look like they're going to go one way and they get taken right back down. Now, all these people who are working for the big companies, they'll get it down low so they can buy 10% of the corporation at a very cheap price. And then once it gets up, it gets profitable, it gets up a little higher, they'll take that stock and start pushing it in the same way they just finished pushing that cryptocurrency that with nipples to the sky. That sort of thing will happen with those large companies. They'll start selling it, they'll start pushing it, they'll run the price up, they'll sell their shares, and then they'll pull back and the stock will kind of go wherever it's going to go.
Yeah, I tweeted about that today. Whenever I see these weekends where the markets close on Friday or the markets close on Monday, they know they make their bread and butter on the backs of retail. And so I tweeted earlier to watch crypto this weekend because that's the money pit when it comes to the weekend, when retail needs to press buttons and wants to try to chase that hopium to make a little money. They create those early runs on Saturday, Friday, Saturday, and they let it build, and then come Sunday night, in the middle of the night, they yank it, and then they come into the market and continue the game on Monday using retail's money to do so. And I've seen this over and over again. I watched this from 2020 all the way till now, that you see these huge pumps on the weekend for crypto. People tweet about it. Oh my God, Bitcoin, it's going to fucking 100 grand. And we saw this over and over again. And then soon as it comes Monday morning, it opens up. I go back and look, and it's down 27%. And this has been this rinse and repeat game where retail needs to get smart and think like the hedge funds and think like the market makers and think like these guys that are shorting it, that they're going to make their money in that aspect when it comes to weekends. The other end of it, I've noticed, is the options chain. The options chain seems to be a beautiful place to play on the hopium of retail. We see them pulling all these short calls for within a week or two out, and they simply just pull it back and then collect those premiums. So, I just feel like retail needs to get a little smarter when it comes to this hopium that they see. And I see it all over, where they get the confidence from a little win and they feel like they're a day trader, or they feel like they got it figured out, and they get caught in these, and they're not reporting these. Nobody wants to go on Twitter and talk about their big L. You know what I mean? And so you'll see everybody just gets quiet, and then you'll see all the guys start talking shit about the CEOs. That's when you see that people are taking big L's, because they come out and they're like, the CEO needs to speak, and they need to do more PR, and where the fuck are they? And we're seeing this week in, week out. And I think that the patterns are there. I learned a long time ago to stay away from that pump on the weekend. And so as far as when it comes to using these liquidity pools, I think if retail was to smarten up a bit, like you said, follow the companies that have the fundamentals, invest, accumulate. My biggest concern is the shareability of the stock shares that you hold. So, for instance, if someone holds on Robinhood and declares that they don't want their shares being shared, is it still possible that they're using those shares to kind of wash the naked game?
Yes. And that's one of the things that you have to be very careful about when it comes to the different brokerages. You got to read that very, very fine print, right? I use Fidelity. I don't have to worry about it. They've come to me several times and said, hey, could we borrow 100,000 shares for people to short? We'll pay you 10%.
I know Bob personally. He's actually a good client of mine, Bob Foley. And Fidelity is a fantastic company. I trade with three different ones. I do TD Ameritrade was my long term. E-Trade was my one that I used through business. So a lot of my business acquired shares were through E-Trade. That's just what they chose, and I had that since I was in sales in my early 20s. And then I do play with Robinhood because I like the charts. I like to kind of feel the way it breathes and cross-check the numbers to the others because I do know that they are one of the evil ones in the room. And I feel like I use a small position there to kind of manipulate and work to know how to react in my more solid other places. I've got a good buddy of mine, Fishing Fool. He comes on here sometimes with us. He's a contractor that I know that's a big trader, a part-time trader, and he's all about Charles Schwab. And I know they've kind of been in a little hot water lately. Kind of shoot out what are some of your ones that you feel like are a pretty safe place to hold your shares and not feel that they're being used to naked ladder the price of your holding down.
The two I know of, well, I know a third, but the two I know of for sure, USAA and Fidelity.
Wow.
The others I don't know about. The third are those companies that get you into the marketplace that the average investor never sees. It's buying into those companies who don't have shares. You know, some of these AI companies and others out there that, you got to have that 500,000 to even go talk to them.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
And be willing to put it in their accounts. Those guys.
Yeah, I'm a USAA guy for everything but. So, I'm a Marine, so I use USAA. I think it's the best freaking car insurance you could ever imagine to have. I've never
car,
had
home, you name it.
You name it. It's fantastic, unbelievable. And now they've really, really loosened up their guidelines. So, I mean, if you got a sister's, cousin's, uncle's mother that was a veteran, you could probably get an account. But
one time I was paying $25 a trade there.
Oh wow!
I know my car insurance and my bank account. My kid and his kids are all set for life from my grandfather having USAA. So
fantastic. That's fucking awesome.
It doesn't.
But at any rate, that's why I say you really have to read.
Welcome to chat, by the way, buddy.
Print.
It doesn't, though. You're right.
Get them to say it, spell it out somewhere that they don't use your shares without your specific permission. That's the only way I know to bypass that.
Sean, I see your hand up. What's up, buddy?
on the same question, and I've never really asked this of you. I've asked a few other guys that have been trading for a long time, and Barking, maybe you can answer the question too. Like, obviously, when Michelle Wong slipped up and said, naked selling on TV, the taboo and the cat was kind of out of the bag, right? So things started to roll away. But I know it's always kind of been a notion in the market, but before 2008 and before a lot of things happened, I graduated high school in 2009, right? So in the early 2000s and in the 90s, what was the sentiment? Like, you knew that there may not be some bad actors, but what was the sentiment? And obviously technology and outreach and what we're doing here has enveloped and made it easier to figure out. But what was the sentiment back then towards these larger hedge funds?
Well, back then, you had people doing fundamentals. You still had the brokers who were taking care of the actual retirement funds for families. The individual trader wasn't there because the computer systems weren't there to handle it. Like I said, back then I was paying Fidelity. I mean, correction, not Fidelity, but USAA, $25 a trade.
Were you paying 25 each way?
Say again?
Were you paying $25 each way?
Yeah, every time I made a trade.
That sounds honestly kind of intimidating for how much I trade.
But I'll tell you one thing. Hold on, Neil. Let me take this because I want to kind of clarify this for everybody. You know, when I trade OTC on TD Ameritrade, I'm charged $6.95 each way, and I got to tell you guys, this is the difference between your payment for order flow and an actual legitimate trade in your favor. So I get more favorable moves from them than I do from, say, Robinhood, where you trade a penny stock on Robinhood and it rounds it up, okay? And I've seen even worse than that with Robinhood. I feel like it depends on the mood they're in. Sometimes you'll see a number come out and it's like, that's gross. It never hit that number. How did I get that number? And we're talking live market trade. You change it to market, it says limit. It's always under the control of Robinhood, whereas with TD Ameritrade, if you select market trade, you are getting a market value. You are getting the real value. So yes, you pay that. Now, in a penny stock, I can see how obviously that's scary, but we're talking moving bigger blocks. So if you're trying to just grab a few shares, you have to actually have your number, your stop loss, or wherever you're at, and you need to make your move and make it significant that $6.95 is worth it. You know, or $25 is worth it, especially if you're long-term investing. Remember, that's how it always used to be across the board, that you paid a broker fee on your trade because those trades were your call and those trades were long-term moves. So we're talking you always have to look at it in the full spectrum of how much money are you moving, how long are you planning on holding this position. So that's where you see Robinhood's carrying a lot of retail because retail wants to trade live and they want to trade small increments. They want to accumulate in smaller increments. You can accumulate in decent increments if you just hold back, make that money, watch how it breathes, and then come in strong on some of these more confident spots. You can also transfer shares. There's that opportunity too if you want to move it around somewhere else. But that does lock them up for a minute, and you can't trade during that lockup. So that's another thing. And if Neil wants to touch on that, as far as transfers, that's always a good topic to talk about because that's important in certain situations, especially with guys like Robinhood that are funded by none other than Citadel themselves.
Listen, I still have my paper shares from the IPO of Sam Adams.
My district manager had that too. I worked for a gentleman who had paper shares of Sam Adams.
Yeah, we'll see what happened is you had to buy a 6-pack of beer, then fill out the form inside the 6-pack carton in order to participate in the IPO.
Do you go to the meetings?
When I was staying on Newberry Street, Neil, I drank a Sam Adams at Sam Adams' grave. Fun fact.
That's actually pretty badass. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, I'm using German beer, and I've always kind of liked it. So that's the only reason I went with Sam Adams. I'll mix their lager with their March beer or their Oktoberfest beer. Makes a good mix.
Wow.
Especially at 50%. But at any rate, let's not digress here. you get a lot of cases what you pay for. I don't pay anything for a trade at Fidelity. I know my trades are going to go through pretty damn quick. And if I want to buy 250,000 shares, it'll go right in.
Yeah, there's another great point. I had mentioned earlier this week when I was trading, like I said, when I say that Robinhood has mood swings, they have mood swings. There's AI there. And that AI mood swing says, Barking Spider has made 5 purchases today in blocks. He knows something maybe we don't know. Let's fucking hem him up. So then I go to make the next trade, catch the next fucking pullback, and they tell me I can't. So I'm testing the water. I'm reading their reaction. There was a couple other, I'll be honest with you, there's been so much fuckery through my Robinhood app, and that's exactly why I love having it, is to read what they're thinking. The fucking son of Sam, what is he thinking in controlling my shares? And it's AI driven. They can tweak the knobs. They can make it go different ways. We saw them take the buy button away and perform in front of Congress. And what came of that? Fucking fines. It is a cost of doing business. So you have to think about that as a whole, as retail. Are you investing for your future, or are you playing it like the slot machine? If you're actually investing for your future, pick up a trade account with a legitimate place like one of the solids. I think Fidelity is probably your best bet to get the most bang for your buck, to get actual, great interaction, this and that. And I need to get back on that train. But literally, I'm in that position of like transfer. Ooh, how long am I locked out? It's all on different accounts, so each one will be different. TD Ameritrade didn't have the shares for COSM when it went through the reverse split. So I was able to trade on my Robinhood account, and I couldn't move on my TD account. Now, when it reverse split from 25 to 1, I was looking at, say, 10,000 shares would go to 1,000, or say 25,000 shares would go to 1,000 shares. Okay, say it did that on Robinhood and was tradable at the new value of 8.25 versus what it was at 33 cents. So the reverse split took it to 8.25, and you were now allowed to trade. When you go over to TD Ameritrade, it shows that you have the 25,000 shares at the price of 8.25. All right. So anybody that had TD Ameritrade during the COSM reverse split was instantly going, "Oh my God, I'm fucking rich."
I have a story for you, Barking, but go ahead, and then we have Sean.
Yeah, and it locked us out. So you have to remember that diversify your portfolio. Well, diversify your bad guys. These guys, not that they're total bad guys. They got to make a living themselves. Some are bad guys, some are not. But in the essence, they're not going to slip to cost themselves to retail. That's just not going to happen. So they're going to do everything and catch a fine on the back end that they can. Now, that's why I don't look for MOAS, because MOAS will get controlled real quick. So I look for fundamental and follow the company. Like whether they're reverse split, sure, you're going to go 25 down, but you're going to go 25 up in the cost per share. So it's a wash, and people are crying about how many shares they have. Whatever it is, if you believe in the company, then it doesn't matter, because it's going to actually lower the float and trap more of those naked short positions when there's hundreds of millions of them and the float went down 25x. It gets squirrely. It gets squirrely real quick. So there is positive on that. So when you look at which company to trade with, I'll be honest with you, everybody should be actually playing a couple positions, a couple different brokers, so they have some kind of leeway and they can save face somewhere and kind of learn how it breathes. Go ahead, X2.
You made me think of two different things, and I'll let Buzz tell the story from his channel, because I know the other person is here, so I'll let him take that. But
no, please, Sean, you say it so eloquently. You take it.
All right, so first thing I thought about was when you said, Robinhood tests the mood, right? And I've seen that. So, like, one of the things that always makes me laugh when I'm, screwing around on my Robinhood account with, like, day trading options is, like, the 5-cent increment options. So, like the ones that they force you, 1 or 250 to have you have to buy in 5 cents or less, and you get straight on the fill. But I've gone on, ones that you say you can only get a fill at 5 cents or 10 cents, and gone to purchase, and all of a sudden I've gotten a fill at 8 cents when, they say it's impossible to do on their platform. So it's funny that you say that, because I've absolutely seen that, that mood swing where I've gotten really good fills, and all of a sudden, I'm like, oh shit, that was a horrible fill. That was nowhere near what I thought it was going to be.
Everyone to learn something from that. That is a great point, and when you look at it from just step back and look at it, you're actually learning sentiment there. You're seeing where the sentiment lies. So it's never going to do that. If it's never going to do that, okay, then obviously they're in a position to sell shares to you like a lemonade stand. When they do that, they are struggling to find shares. And I mean, most of you, or some of you probably all follow all the codes. And if you go to the load book and you watch the codes, you're going to see the 100 and 200s coming across the board everywhere. Okay? Those are not shares being sold or bought. Those are codes to the market maker. And they're all communicating with that. And I don't know how much Neil can dive into that now that he's retired. But those codes are what they use to talk about whether they need to run it, they need to pull it back, they need to stabilize it, they need shares. Those codes are out there. You can Google those codes right now and learn how that book works. And it's very interesting when you look at situations where they are pulling a mood swing and they're not letting you have your shares that you're trying to buy, or they're not letting your deposit go through, or they're going to hold it for 3 days or 6 days, or whatever they're going to do that's new, and you don't see any reason for it. Look to, obviously, the rules, know what you're doing, but if you're doing what you should be doing and you're doing a standard trade, then you see the sentiment. And then you see what's happening when you look at the load book and you see the codes.
Feel free to grab a mic, everyone.
They have to produce this, and you have the dark pools working and wholesale working hard to try to come up with shares. And honestly, the clearinghouse should be held responsible for all this mess and look back and say, who authorizes these trades, and are you in communication? And it goes back to the old days when you look at the banks. The banks know that every one of us, if we all banked at X bank, that never will there ever be a day where we all try to tuck and pull our money on the same day. It won't happen. So they can trade it, they can lend it, they can move it. They don't have to produce it, cash, in your hand if we all needed it, because we never will all need it. So you have a series of multiple brokers trading one stock, and all the shares they're selling to you are IOUs. And we joked about this and said, hey, the float tradable 67 million, we could go on right now and each buy 22.5 million, and we get it. And while all the rest of our friends are also holding it. So at what point does the SEC get the balls? And I know that they're all probably being backdoored by the man himself, but come out and call this shenanigans game out, because that's what's really hurting the market, is the fact that they're just selling so much shit they don't own.
You forget members of the SEC are board members of some of these big companies.
Oh, yeah, like Goldman Sachs, like the chair himself, coming straight out of MIT, Mr. DG.
And that's one of the reasons I will go with something like Fidelity, because frequently I wind up getting shares that they have on hand. They keep different shares there. If they bought into something, they'll have them and they'll sell them to you.
And I don't want to hijack the space, and I'm not going to go off on the tangent, but if anybody's not familiar with the current MMTLP situation and the whole play from the beginning to the end I urge you to look into it, if not just the filings alone from TD's nefarious acts and everything else. Like it's a true disgusting and gut-wrenching case from the beginning to the end, and it will just truly uncover a lot of what these guys are talking about.
It'll be televised. It'll be televised just like the congressional meeting. It'll be televised. We'll be streaming it online, watching it play by play, because it's under investigation right now. And eventually, these stars align. You know, that's one thing that I've always said. With 50 different stocks being shorted and retail spread across them all, you know, like we were hearing from Neil earlier, that these hedge funds go in and they put out 1,000 different ones, they cover it, and they make a little bit across the board on each one, and they're spread thin, and that's their liquid, their margin, what they can work with. If a one or two of these big boys they're not paying attention to, it's fundamentally dialing it in. They're doing pullbacks, buybacks, all this to try to tighten down on this massive naked shorting. If one of those does run, then it puts them in a position where they're spread thin and they're hemmed. And that's where, you know, that's where you've seen in 2008 going into 09, the first quarter of 09, they were spread so thin, they were so over leveraged, that eventually it broke. And I think we're getting close to that point. I said Q2 when it was in 2009 that you saw that the game had finally, the 3.5-year game had finally come to an end. And there was a lot dissolved. I mean, there was so much dissolved. I mean, we saw already in today going into Q2, we saw Silicon Valley Bank, we saw Credit Suisse, we saw all that happening. And this is just a mirror image, and I'm sure Neil lived that in his prime, the entire subprime mortgage crisis, and how that they were spread thin and over leveraged. And we just lost Evergrande in China a year ago in June. These things, the bonds just becoming worthless. It's a big deal, and I just, if you can a little bit touch on that, Neil, on as far as over leveraging and how, you know, a short squeeze can damage a fund that's spread all over the place, and how that affects those other stocks.
It does, and back then it did. What I found is over time, when you look at the political, who's in power. All right, I take it back to Carter. Okay, Carter had me living high on the hog in Germany because the inflation here was phenomenal. I mean, it was stupidly high. But since I was living in Germany, the dollar was worth 4 times what it was when I got there. You know, I paid cash for my BMW to bring back. But as you go down through the different presidential time frames, if you look at the next big one was the Clinton administration. Tech boomed. I mean, you couldn't help but make money. You threw anything at a .com and you made money on it. You know, of course, it was empty. It was hollow. It produced nothing in most cases, and actually went. I mean, I remember when all that stuff dumped. You could buy Amazon for $1 something.
Well, I feel like we're seeing that right now, Neil, too, with the AI industry or the AI sector, because you have a lot of tickers that consider themselves AI that are really computer learning, and then you have other tickers that are working with AI. That you know, if you look underneath the hood, they are deep into AI, but they're not necessarily visibly on the on the cover. But you get tickers that have that may have AI or a combination of that into the name or in the whole name of the company. But when you look under the hood, it's more computer learning than artificial intelligence.
Yeah, and true nowadays. And what I was trying to refer to is over time, under the different presidential regimes, you have ups and downs, and you have crashes. And you can kind of chart that. I said a couple of years ago, in November, after the presidential elections, I said, sell everything that's stock and let's start buying oil. And I meant that. You know, everything went out of the market because everything was going to drop. And I invested heavily in oil, and I made money. And you're going to see, I think, through this summer, a heavier crash. And, you know, the commodities are going to be the near-term saving grace.
Commodities and acquisitions, and then like, you know,
Yeah.
obviously bigger companies getting bigger.
Right. Well, you'll see that, but also this is a great time for all these depressed stocks of companies that are really good companies, have solid programs, you know, that are actually profitable, that have been driven down so low. Those are the ones you want to look at for the long term. I mean, they may be the ones. I remember with Sam Adams went down to $12 one time, and you know, from 50. And I also remember seeing it a couple of years ago at $1,000 a share. So it changes over time, but these depressed markets are the best buys in the world. You just got to identify the right companies. And that's where groups like this can help each other by coming through and identifying potential companies that need to be bought. You know, AI is going to be the future because it's already here. You know, but try and find an AI company to get into.
C3 AI.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, I mean, but out of all the big ones that are out there now, how many of them are public?
Now remember, it's a growing. It's kind of like Xerox. Okay, we used to say that back in the day. You're going to Xerox something.
Yeah.
Now
They did short
eventually,
America.
Everybody was making copy machines, but the copyright to that was locked. And if you look at these companies like AI, you've got multiple that are coming with it, but you've got your Bitcoins, you've got your solid foundation companies that were ahead of the game on it. I'm a big AI guy, and you know, some of the guys on here know they've been in spaces with me talking AI when it was trading down at $7. I rode that up a couple times. Just recently, Josh, another one, another battle in the house, another army dog you got up there. Josh got in, made a quick buck. It's getting you know, attacked. I mean, obviously there's shorts there as well. Like you said earlier, they're shorting everything. I mean, we're in a bear market. We're coming out of a pandemic. We're coming out of. You've got Congress getting heads ups that we're going to have to shut the country down. They're investing heavily in shorting Boeing and cruise ships and everything else. congressmen were making, men and women were making 3x than they ever did in the stock market through the pandemic. So in a bull market, and what happened in '08 was the same situation. You had a a bear market that was going so strong and so comfortable that when you're at the poker table, you don't leave when you're on a heater. I don't care if it's blackjack, you know the rules. You don't leave on a heater. And so what happens is when they're on the heater, eventually the heater bleeds away and they don't see it. And that's where they get tripped up. And they see the bull market, they don't see the bull market turning, especially in times right now. You have so much inflation, you have so much price at the pump. And when you look at the price at the pump and you see it and you go, wow, I can't believe California at one point here was paying $8 a gallon standard, $5 to $8 range anywhere you went. And then to follow up and say that oil and gas made record profits for 2022, it's like the biggest fucking dick slap in the face. Sorry if there's any kids on here listening. To a retail that's going to work every day, hitting the pumps. This market is a bear market. The entire economy is stuck in a rut, trying to climb out of COVID, and the entire corporate world is putting the COVID pandemic on our backs to pay for it, everywhere from beef to chicken, because it's just like the old rule in the grocery business. When prices go up on eggs and the market cools off, if they're still buying the eggs, then don't drop the price. And my friends, this is how these prices have built to where they are, and you're not getting a Coca-Cola for 25 cents. So when
I
go
will tell you one thing about the oil industry, though.
Mm-hmm.
The reason they made record profits, and here's the rest of the story that they don't tell you, they made zero investments into themselves.
Wow.
Okay? Because Biden shut down the oil market day one. He fired 27,000 people on the first, an hour after his inauguration.
I remember it.
Okay? So oil companies aren't going to go invest their money in rebuilding refineries or even maintaining those refineries if oil's going away.
So they saved massive overhead, hedging themselves based upon the current leadership.
That's right.
What was happening.
That's right.
And we handed them money they really have to work for. And that is like, I can see that as clear as day. I absolutely can totally see that coming from just a regular guy in a sales job. I want to get on. I got to get Josh up here and X2. They got some questions. They got that solid hand up. Go ahead, guys. Go ahead with Josh first, real quick.
Sure.
What's happening, Battle?
How we doing?
I'm doing all right. Just sitting here absorbing everything. Thank you for hosting tonight. Buzz, man, I can't say enough. I don't really have a question tonight. I'm just, like I said, I'm absorbing everything that Neil's talking about. So, Buzz, I appreciate you bringing him on. Neil, good evening, sir. Fellow Army veteran with you, Battle. But yeah, the knowledge that you're bringing to the table tonight in this group, I'm glad it's a good group tonight. Invaluable information. It's nice to hear some OG original wisdom coming through with an unbiased opinion and just laying it out so we can all see how things are playing today.
Absolutely. Great. Josh is for the record, y'all, he's a Army vet that's been on Spaces with us for a little while. We've been talking COSM, GNS, AI, all these juicy things over the last month or two. We've been on for sure solid. We do them on Friday nights, 7 o'clock, Stonks and Chill. We talk all kinds of different tickers. If you guys have another ticker you want to come up, Josh might have insight on it. We're following a lot of stuff going on out there right now. But definitely, we're definitely happy to have Neil here. For any of you that are just tuning in, Neil has ran a hedge fund for years. He's retired now. he's on here tonight sharing his time and knowledge, and knowledge is power. And we respect him, love him for that. Buzz brought him up. Buzz, if you want to go ahead, jump out there.
Super quick before I give the mic to my boy Sean. I am also covering those tickers, the same exact ones that you just mentioned. One of my subscribers got locked out of her account, couldn't sell for $2 million on Cosm. And I am live all day, every day. And thank you very, very, very much for that compliment, Josh. Every single compliment like that means a lot to me, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah, Buzz runs a lot of TA on there. He's not emotionally involved in it. He just handles it like, our other boy, Arca Bulls. He just comes at it with the numbers and assesses the fundamentals of the company. I remember when Buzz was jumping on our spaces early on, was saying, he was challenging some stuff, but doing it respectfully and by the numbers. And I love that. So Buzz is up here. If you guys got questions for Buzz or Neil, they're up here sharing their time. So definitely hop up. Just raise a hand. Any of you guys are welcome. We are not biased. We are not going to shun anybody away. And if you have something you're fearful about and you want to hear something about it to help you sleep at night, jump up. Somebody might have an answer. If you got an answer out there, you're sitting there listening to the questions and you have a little bit of knowledge yourself, you're more than welcome to come up and share it. But go ahead, Sean. I know you've had your hand up for a while. Go ahead.
Well, one quick thing before Sean, I let me jump in. One thing on Buzz. Buzz is the reason that I hang out at his site, because he does things unemotionally and does it fundamentally. He's very heavy into the DD side of the house, and if I can help out the people there, then I'm more than willing to, because I would, if I could, I'd have every one of you guys millionaires, and that one little plug for Buzz. But go ahead, Sean. My apologies.
You're a scholar and a gentleman. Go ahead, Sean.
Well, I can only attest for what Neil's saying, and I can't thank Neil enough either, because I know that I hang out there too, and Neil's definitely answered many questions that he didn't need to for us, so I can't thank him. So I wanted to touch on two things. So the first was what Buzz was saying about, elegantly telling Rocket Girl story here. She was a nice big holder of Cosm going into the split. I mean, we were following Cosm for a while, and we had, a lot of the community had taken entries around 7 cents before it ran pre-split, right? So guys were taking profits and doing things through the run, and we had levels. I mean, again, day trading channel, right? So we knew kind of the historical levels back and forth, but coming into that day pre-split, it was pretty crazy, right? Because it was really unconfirmed whether they were going to do a split or not that night for the reverse. And then waking up the next morning, everything was chaos. We had members, saying like, hey, I can't see my shares at all, or my shares are showing this. And, RG came around and her account was showing in the positives, or the plus side, by 1.8 million, because Robinhood hadn't recognized the share split, even though they were the ones screwing it up. And I want to make sure everybody knows that, because when you look at it, and again, we called this in real time. We watched it happen. We watched it open up at 7 o'clock, or I think it was like 7:03, drop down to 15 cents from 5:08, which is what it closed at the day before, get pinned for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then it started to move. And the downward side pressure didn't relieve until about 12 o'clock. And if you look from about January, I think it was the third weekend of January, Robinhood put out a nice report. Not that Citadel took a loss, but that Robinhood themselves took a $43 million loss on a coding error that day. So it was one of their predatory algorithms that was dumping those 23 million.
Not only that, but they were predatory against their own customers, which in my opinion is fiduciary fraud. But I have a different definition than, I guess, the legal side.
Yeah, and then that real quick, Sean. During that run-up, they reverse split, and there was the I was deep in that by then, and I had caught the drop the night before the reverse split. I saw that they dropped it to 20 cents, knowing that it was going to get a value of the 33 cents, 25x. So I went heavy at the 20-cent mark, which actually averaged me up. But I had been seeing it trading in the 30s with the anticipation coming of the reverse split, and it got up to like 70 and all that and moved around. One thing I can tell you about COSM is here's another company with its healthcare, huge, deep pockets backing. They went debt free after that squeeze. There was a squeeze there chasing that cuss up. When it ran to $24, there was a lot of trapped, and there was a lot of that was people trying to get out. And so with that, they pulled, and it did drop back fast, and we saw that. We saw that also with TRKA. But they covered their debt, and they shored up their company. And ultimately, if you're invested in a company because of fundamentals, which you solely should look at fundamentals, not just chase short squeezes, you might get in some short squeezes, and Amazon, Tesla. But bottom line is Cosmos is a healthcare company that I believe in. And Greg, who runs the company, is a solid dude. He does not get on Twitter and and fight the shorts and play the game. He's a solid businessman that runs the company like he should and is building a beast. And they are internally creating their own pharmaceutical. They're importing and exporting it. It is traded globally. So on the days like today, you could have went on Frankfurt and traded it. So it's literally a solid company that is once again in the same position as GNS, and they're all connected. And I wish Frank would hop on tonight. We're all trading these same tickers, and they're starting to work together. So we're seeing some positivity. The fact that they're following us and what we're tweeting and what we're sharing and what we believe in. And these are solid companies. These are not companies, and I'm not trying to knock AMC, but companies that are battling a change of trends, such as going from brick and mortar movie to streaming. No, that's not happening 100%, but it does have an effect fundamentally on a company, and a company that is spread thin with lots of labor costs. Remember, these are companies that are small labor force, lots of upside, big financial backing, from Cosmos, GNS, Cross to TRKA. We all need to realize that one is not against the other, and some are even working together. But go ahead, Buzz and Sean.
So I might, in regards to Cosm, I could definitely get Frank on a call. I may also be able to get Avid and Ham on. But that would be for a different space. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Frank's a buddy of mine.
Mutual friend then.
Yeah, he's a great fucking guy, and he's been in all the calls on Friday night, Stonks and Chill. We're always talking across the board, even CLNB. We're touching on all these stonks that are running through the same fucking mill. And, so we're all more connected in degrees than we even know. We are a small crowd. I used to represent an NFT company a while back, and by the way, that we're reigniting that. I got a call that they're bringing me on to run this thing again, and it's going to pop back off. Of course, NFTs are built off of crypto. Crypto's built off of fundamentals and money coming behind it. And obviously, until regulation goes through, you won't see the big money that we're all talking. But once that happens, it's going to happen. It's only inevitable. It's time. But we're all connected, even down to in those scenarios where everybody's kind of playing, diversifying and playing in different fields. And I think Cosmos has a huge upside. So if anybody else wants to touch on that, but we're going to go to Sean right now.
Retail United, man. Retail United. I want Sean to talk about it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can definitely touch on that. I was going to bring it back to oil real quick, but if there's anything about the healthcare stuff, I want to leave it to that first. So give me wait a second here.
I want to hear about what, because he was just talking about, retail as a whole, and obviously, with everything with Retail United, Retail United. I mean, I think that would be a great thing to talk on, and then, we could touch back on oil.
Okay, well, it kind of plays all together, right? So what I wanted to bring back to oil was that a lot of the MMTLP guys that have been, doing what they're doing to try to get their stuff known at the same time have been educating themselves in the oil field, because a lot of them unintentionally or intentionally now are oil barons, right? Some of them have lots of shares that were either all now in the NextBridge Hydrocarbons company or not. And NextBridge Hydrocarbons actually has the largest onshore find in the Oro Grande Basin there of oil in the last 30 years. So it is a huge oil play when you look at the stuff from the beginning. But my point to bringing that up, I can come back to. But Retail United is something that's kind of spun out of an idea that grew through different members of multiple communities. Buzz and I have had some conversations with Neil online about different things like an ape fund and things like that, where traders come together and can kind of have more of a lit market. But Retail United has turned into a thing that grew out of all these different tickers: AMC, GME, TRKA. I mean, all these different tickers that are trying to come and uncover the corruption. And I can attest,
What up, money?
because I've spent a lot of time with the MMTLP guys. Full disclosure, I was
got
an
you,
original
Warriors.
Torchlight
Appreciate
holder.
you.
I don't hold any MMTLP. I have no bias in the way it runs now. For financial reasons on my own, I liquidated a bunch of my accounts last year. So
That's
me talking about.
Yeah, you have every right to. I mean, that's a great point. Torchlight was one of the early ones. I remember in the game back when I was rocking Nokia, BlackBerry, definitely Torchlight, and then the merger. Same thing with the Tilray. We had the merger on the cannabis side. So I'm right there with you. The timeline checks out, brother.
Yeah, so with Retail United, what the plan is and what we're trying to do is take the playbook that we've made now with MMTLP, because what we've realized is if we had all the resources, the know-how, the understanding of market functioning, and the true understanding of all the corruption that was going on come November when the U3 halt hit, we could have made so much more progress by the time where we're at now. And I'm not trying to sell them short, because I track our social media stuff for the hashtags. We have 1.7 billion impressions when it comes to the hashtags for visibility right now, right? So we have a DD team. We have a team that works just on the FOIA requests. We have a woman named Anna who has set up a website called Anna Trades, where everybody logs their Twitter account, marks their state, which allows them to come together in a Twitter DM group and then move whatever they're working on, whether it's contacting congressmen or contacting a senator. They work together in those back-end groups and then report back to the bigger group, right? So Retail United is working to come together to make a group of all retail, not just MMTLP, but we have members of BBIG, GTII, AMC right now in it, members that you've probably followed or may talk to on Twitter every once in a while.
TRKA is next to add to that list.
Yep, we're gonna get everything. Like I said, we're moving stuff into this as we get out of our infancy stage here. But here I'll just read off my list here. Right, so the list of our goals of what we've sent out to people. So step one, obviously, we just talked about, right, to set up this playbook, whether it be the basic playbook to hand to somebody that may never have even looked at the stock market, to a more complex playbook for someone like Neil, who's been in the industry for a long time and goes deeper into the mechanics of all the corruption and such. And then from there, we want to try to take that and replicate it. Have an area where everybody can come together, and like the MMTLP guys now have a connection with James O'Keefe, right? He's hand in hand working with us. That's a 1.3 million following from James O'Keefe. regardless of whether he, in the end comes up with anything, he's already started talking about it. That gives us some views.
Is that just MMTLP or Retail United?
All together.
Love it.
All, like, he's seen it all, right? So at that point, we can take that, and if we can move forward enough and get enough traction on it, become an association that replicates that playbook for everybody. We have a member that was, screwing around with the DAO and with the blockchain, and he may have perfected it for us after talking with a few different other bigger names on Twitter here that work with the blockchain. So we may have a way to make it fully transparent via voting and donations and all that. And in the end game, the plan is to have it be a situation where, all these other sectors out there have, either an advocacy program or a rating program. You have things like the Better Business Bureau. You have, in the architecture industry, you get rated, you have to get accredited, but you don't really have that in the stock market. So especially from the retail end. So if in, the 5, 10-year plan, if this can get off the ground and become a reputable organization that advocates for retail, the plan is to be able to, accredit and discredit brokers, CEOs, and companies to where it's a point where, they want to have that badge that they can display on their website or on their homepage, showing that, we do right by our retail investors, and we do communicate well. And at the same time, if they screw something up, we can be able to, hey, you need to fix this, or if you don't fix it in a few days, you got to pull that badge off your website. So so it's like a 2 to 4 to 5 to 6 year plan there, but we're in our infancy stages now, so it's something that we're trying to get off the floor.
I like it. So we're going to go to Buzz here in a sec. I just want to thank Sean for coming up, talking about it. Retail United, it's a great initiative. I love it. I support it. I shot you a DM. Let's talk more on that offline. Buzz, you want to tap back in, and I don't want to waste any more of Neil's time. Neil's up here, definitely has a lot of knowledge to share. If any of you guys have questions, you want to come up, talk about other tickers, talk about fundamentals, talk about anything, I don't care what it is, just come on up. If you have something that's burning, share it with the crowd, put your hand up. But we're going to go to Buzz here and shoot us more on the...
So just real quick, everybody here, please like, sub, all that cool stuff on my YouTube. I cover TRKA all day, and if Neil gets tired, he could, obviously answer at a later date. But I see Sean with his hand back up, and I see some mic requests, so I just wanted to go ahead and, obviously throw that out there because I am covering TRKA nonstop.
Yeah,
just one quick thing, if I may. Remember this about the shorts. If they can drive the price of a stock to nothing and put them out of business, all those millions of shares that they sold, they don't have to cover.
Yeah.
And that's why they do it. And Buzz, I'm going to be in a hyperbaric chamber for 2 hours every day for the next 6 weeks, starting at about 1 in the afternoon. I'll try and be there in the morning for you.
Well,
Any time with you is any time well spent.
Yeah, Neil, I just want to personally thank you for coming up tonight and sharing this knowledge. There's a lot of people in here that are learning to trade. You learn something new every day. I've been in the wine industry for 20 years now, and I learn something new every day.
You wouldn't want to go in my basement then.
Oh man, I sounds like I need to get some information. I can send you something. So, no doubt about it, Neil's shared some great knowledge. If you guys got any questions, I know Mojo wanted to come up and say something. If you guys got any questions, come up, raise your hand, get up here, and we're gonna hear a little bit from Sean here real quick. Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off here too in a minute. I've been up since 3 a.m., so I'm pushing like 21 hours at this point. So I feel that, I just wanted, like I was saying before, a lot of the MMTLP community have gotten deep into learning about oil and trying to understand the assets that, that they're holding stuff for. So one of the conversations that came up, we have a member in the community named Pecos Bill, and he used to own an oil company. He's very knowledgeable on it. And one of the things he mentioned about, oil production and going forward is that over the last 20 years, regardless of the administration, they've gone to butt heads with a lot of these oil production companies. And now, while I agree with barking sentiment from, these guys are raking in money and all that, what Pecos was saying is that a lot of the problem came from the fact that we were catering to OPEC so much. And with that catering, these guys that are in the oil fields trying to make these decisions came together and said, if our government's not going to listen to us and they're going to cater to these guys across the world, we're going to band together and change things up. So what they've done now is they've set levels that when the price of oil is at a certain level, then they turn a certain amount of pumps back on, and when it hits the next level, then they'll turn more pumps back on. And what he was saying is they've really got it down to a science to where they already know how much or how many wells they're going to turn on and how many wells they have to have on by the current laws to try to get the narrative so they can gain control over what they're doing. It's like if you run a bakery and the government's coming in and telling you can only use this amount of yeast and make this amount of loaves of bread. So while I agree there's a lot of, crony capitalism and a lot of BS that comes from these guys raking in millions and screwing us at the pump, we have to remember too that a lot of it comes from administrative policies that play into the long-term thing. Like with MMTLP, a lot of the hate from the haters or the fudsters come out talking about, well, they're not producing oil. It's because of the way that the company is set up, and once they do start producing, they have to hit certain levels. They have to do certain amount of things. So drilling test wells is a good thing right now. But I just wanted to throw that narrative out there because it was interesting to me that, again, a lot of it's due to government policy and that, these guys are definitely controlling it, but they already have a plan set up, and they've got this set up for years now to where when the prices hit certain levels, we'll see the oil come flowing back in, and that's because that's how they're going to pay their guys. They can't pay on the under.
Yeah,
TF, catch me on Twitter about that.
Is that the refineries can only handle so much. And twice a year they have to shut down to change over their additives for both winter and summer. And since the oil companies aren't doing any investment, well, let me back up. The return on investment for a refinery is 5.5 years. So you kind of understand why these big companies haven't been investing.
Yeah, they're not reinvesting in themselves. It's just scraping. One thing is, first off, we got a couple questions coming from Tom and Moyo. I want to bring them up real quick. I want to see what they got to say, and then anybody else has questions, come on up. Neil's going to run out of steam here. We've had him on here since 7 o'clock, sharing amazing knowledge. If you don't know his background, he is from the hedge fund world. He comes from the street. So definitely give him respect and ask any questions. I'm going to go to Moyo first real quick, and then Tom, you're up right after. Go ahead, Moyo.
I'm going to drop down, guys. Thanks for the conversation. I'm going to listen for a few, but I got to get to bed.
Appreciate you, Sean.
Appreciate you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hey, thanks, man. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cool. It's actually Tendai. Moyo is my last name. Just wanted to hop on really quick. I appreciate what's going on here. This is so cool. I've been listening for the last little bit here. I came over from StockTwits for my sins. Don't jump down my throat about it, but I know a few of you in here are posting on that board, right? Hands up. Yeah.
I think one of my subscribers did. I'm not sure.
Maybe? Okay. Well, there's a lot of reposts going on over there, and that's what brought me here. So I'm a novice trader. I've been trading for maybe 4 or 5 years now. I really aped into this play in the last month or so. I came up on the ride up. I bought in at around 68, and then I averaged down for quite some time. And now I'm sitting at 23 with same page.
Yep,
Good.
And average down.
Yeah, and like, listen, guys, I'm not a whale. I am your average retail investor. I'm in about 60K shares, not dollars. And this is the by far the biggest position I've ever taken in any company. And I think I really just want to know what we are doing out here to prevent some of the FUD and just wild speculation. And we hear a lot about like bears and naked shorts and all of the things that people are doing to manipulate the share price. So I'm wondering what we can do as a community. And I am brand new here. I am just here to say that I appreciate that you guys are forming community. I want to know what this community can do to help combat that. So again, thank you. Just happy to be here. Appreciate all the guys that are out there on StockTwits posting, real thoughts and feelings on filings and having good discussions. There's a lot of people out there who are posting straight up lies and bullshit, and we can all see it, but I think we need to find a good way to combat it. Right?
So you just hit it on the head, bro. You just hit it on the head. A lot of people are out there spreading bullshit, right? So in my opinion, what we have to do as a community is just go ahead and be able to cycle out like the FUD from the real facts of the situation. And again, I hate to self promo, but that's literally what I do all day, every day. So if you're a novice trader, come hang out, ask questions, whatever, and we could dig into filings and then come up to our own conclusions. And then, obviously after we come up with with our own conclusions, then we could go ahead and discuss that.
Before we go to Tom, I definitely support that, and community is everything. But when it comes down to stocks, the fundamentals of a stock, of a company, it's to each his own. This is not financial advice. We are all day traders or semi-day traders or working a day job and just holding shares. Wherever you come from, 60,000 shares, 6,000 shares, 600,000 shares, regardless, wherever you stand, you are an investor in a company, and you need to look at the fundamentals of the company and look at where the company is growing more than you do just looking at who's actually holding. And by the way, to add to that, Moyo, I'm your first follower. Okay, so go ahead and look. I'm your new first follower. So you now
Get it.
You have one follower.
That's my guy. Yeah, I never used Twitter. I only came here just because of StockTwits.
Yep, and I just want you to know StockTwits, Wall Street Bets, Wall Street Bets 2, Discord. I run a Discord called Titan. It's invite only because there is a lot of snakes in the grass, my friend. There are a lot of people out there that will coyote. And what a coyote does is a coyote comes hopping up to play with the other dog. And the other dog's like, oh, look at his little prancing hop. He wants to play. So he hops and he prances, and they prance together, and they prance off over to the creek bed. And in the creek bed is 9 more coyotes. And that fucking lab gets torn apart. And I grew up in the country. And so what I do in stocks is I take everything with a grain of salt, everything everyone's saying. I research the fundamentals on the company, and I research the fundamentals.
We could touch on that on Monday then.
So listen, sorry, I do not mean to cut you off because I respect everything you're saying, and I love that. And I don't want to take up any more space than I need to. I'm just going to say this really quick. I'm going to keep listening for some time here. I really, really appreciate you guys are going to find out more about you. Again, I don't use Twitter, so this is me just kind of hopping on here. If anybody's in this group on StockTwits, and I get what you guys are saying, that those places, Reddit, StockTwits, stuff like that, that shit, it's just a breeding ground for nonsense. But it's also a breeding ground for brand new investors. I'll be completely honest with this board here. I found out about this company from what the fuck is his name? Dog shit something from Reddit. Who knows? Put your hands up if you heard about anything about dog shit trader. This guy put up a bunch of DD, and it got me, and I started to look into his DD. He was wrong in a couple places, but he was right in a few other places. And the thing is, I think that StockTwits, Reddit, Instagram, I'm a millennial, and these places can hook smart people. They're not just there for trolls and idiots. So I really, really appreciate you guys. If anybody wants to come follow me on that platform, StockTwits, I am what's my stupid name? I'm BKMM90, Peter Parker. So if anybody wants to come follow me there and help me just try to combat some of the bullshit that's going on, I will definitely try to get in these spaces and try to make sure that I'm listening to the people that know what they're talking about. All right.
With that being said, Rocket Girl is constantly on StockTwits. I'm sure that you guys could link up and fight the FUD.
I'm gonna follow her right now.
All right.
Easiest follow of my day.
I personally say I've been kicked off StockTwits 5 times.
Yeah, well, that's probably. I mean, that only gives you credibility in my book. You know what I'm saying?
But I will say one thing: when you see these guys come in, that's a tell.
Exactly.
For what they're gonna do that day.
Exactly. But for all the guys that are like me, that are in the 50,000 range, anywhere from 1,000 shares to 50,000 shares, if you're in there with me, I work in public health. This isn't my mortgage isn't tied up in these trades, but I could use the money. That's for sure. And
right on.
I think there's a lot of people on this board that could do the same. So if anybody is doing what these two hosts and co-hosts and, a lot of people that I see here and people that invited me to this specific thing, I would like to say thank you for doing that. And if anybody wants to come on StockTwits, or if anybody wants to come on, I'll hop on Twitter and help out. Let's get them. Let's burn them to the fucking ground.
I love that attitude. Let's go. Tom has had his hand up for a minute. Let's get to Tom.
Okay, be good, guys. I'm out. I'll still be here, just listening.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Like Tenjay, I'm new. I'm 2 months into trading. I found Buzz's channel just by happenstance. My brother-in-law told me about it. I subscribed to him the other day. I've been listening ever since. So one of the questions that I've had burning in my mind is, after listening to everything and kind of reading up on everything, I think in my kind of analysis, there's 4 things that could happen with TRKA. It could go belly up. We could have a reverse stock split. We could have an organic growth, or we can either see a merger of some type. The question that I'm having then is, if I'm wrong on this, let me know. April 28th seems to be the kind of deadline for what everything has to get done to be in compliance. So if we're talking about they need to get to $1 sometime at the end of April, it's not a long play at that point, but am I wrong in saying that, we should probably hold on rather than sell, because it's going to get to that dollar point sooner than later. So that's kind of the questions that I've been having and talking over with myself in my own echo chamber. So I'd just like to get your thoughts on that.
Personally, they wouldn't have hired Jeffries if they weren't going to follow through with an acquisition, in my opinion. Also, with GNS offering posting the tweet about an offer and then going ahead and rescinding that, it still doesn't matter. Now they have to go ahead with an offer, or else, I view that as fiduciary fraud on Roger Hamilton's part. But the idea of them going belly up, I just don't see that.
I agree with Buzz. Buzz, I shot you a PM there. Yeah, I'm with you. Tom. There's a lot of ways it can go. And by the way, I'm your second follower, FYI. So you have 2 followers now. It can go any which way. It's a stock. There's a lot of naked shorting. There's a lot of illegal manipulation happening. There's a lot of collusion that's paid collusion. But the thing that I can tell you about TRKA and a lot of other stocks like Cosmos and GNS, these stocks are owned by companies and are a piece of a pie that is the existing background and solid fortitude of a company, and they are the swinging weight and the lendability and the acquisitionability fundamentals of the company. And when there's this massive naked shorting going on and all these guys that are piling in with collusion, the best part about it is at the end of the day, when the attention is actually put in and the work's put in, there is a paper trail. In every one of these situations, there's a paper trail. And when one guy gets busted for doing an illegal activity and gets called on it, and I don't care if it's a pumper, some actor that's paid to create pump and dumps, or somebody, whatever the SEC decides to call out, they're going to find, and they start with the little guys, by the way. They're not going after KG. They're not going after him right now. We all wish, right? But he's paying that. He's paying the piper. But everybody else, they're not paying their way, and they're not paying their way into the brotherhood. And all it takes is a few small firms that are overly stretched thin without the leverage to get margin call and create a situation where they have a third party come in and buy back those shares to cover that position to prevent any kind of more uncontrolled and unsupported and unsupervised movement. That's when it drives everyone else's short position into the dirt, and they eventually have to chase, and that's your short squeeze. So in the end of days, you have to look at fundamentals of a company like TRKA, for instance, or Cosmos, that is built a bully when it comes to revenue. And then you look at these short positions. If they're naked, it's unsustainable. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But every 10 to 15, 20 years, you have new boat shoes showing up straight out of college. And they didn't even live. They actually wore diapers during the last run-through when those hedge funds that were all riding that thing into the ground got called. And when those hedge funds got burned, Bear Stearns, we can go on and on, those people went away before the next generation learned of it and actually thought they were smarter than them. And they get caught. So it's only a matter of time. I feel faith that there's no belly up for TRKA because they just signed a new campaign with Diet Coke. And they just signed in, that's Coca-Cola. They're kind of a big deal. Their AT&T contracts, their collegiate contracts, they're all in place, college football. They're remarketing and rebranding a section of the South for college football. They're doing it for college basketball. They have Paulo Blanchero and a few other fuckers that are coming out that have been with them since they were, juniors in college, and now they're in the NBA. Those guys are walking spokesmen. This company is selling digital marketing in a digital age. So
hey, I'm so sorry. Can I speak up just one more time really quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm listening as I'm going through. I'm on multiple platforms right now, guys. I'm fucking losing my mind. It's crazy. But I'm listening to you as I'm doing it, and it's crazy because I am like a bettor. I'm a 33-year-old man in Canada. I love the Raptors. You know, I love NCAA March Madness just happened. Put your hands up if you saw March Madness and all of that was going on there. I just did bring up. You know, I watched the Super Bowl. I watched 3 games today. I watched the MLB. I bet on sports probably $30 a day just because I like gambling. That's why I'm in the stock market. You know what I mean? So let me just say really quick, and I'm oversaying this, but let me say this really quick. The way that they're infusing new media and the way that they're taking betting and sports and media and new media and the internet and social media and just fucking mashing it all up, it makes me terrified for what they're capable of. So I just want to reestablish my position as a value play. I am not here for a squeeze. I'll stick around for the squeeze. Don't get me wrong. I'll stick around for the squeeze. But I am here for a value play. I am a better than a man. You know what I mean?
What was your cost average at 60,000 shares?
The thing is, I bought in around 10K right off the hop. I saw dog shit hand grenades DD, and I bought in. at 10 grand, and then I wrote out that drop and halt day, and I started buying again at 55, and then I stopped until 1745, I think.
I'm gonna be
And
straight
then,
up with you, homie. If you like gambling, you're not gonna like my channel.
it's not about that. Don't get me wrong. I like gambling in my free time. I like
No,
putting
no,
money
no,
on
no, no,
sports
no,
and
bro,
watching sports.
homie. You said it loud and clear. You said I like gambling. That's why I'm here. My channel is solely based on fundamentals, statistics, TA. I mean, come check it out and see what you think. But if you think it's about gambling, then like my place is not for you. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to be
Alright.
straight with you.
It's just okay. Forgive my verbiage there. I'm just saying that this company being involved in Bet365, being involved in Big Ten Sports Network, being involved in the NCAA, being involved in SoFi Stadium, for me as a retail investor, that's all I'm saying. I'm not a bettor and I'm not a gambler by trade. It's just something I do for fun and have, with my dad for 20 years. That's all I'm saying. I'm not here to say that you should gamble all your money away on anything. All
Oh
I'm
no,
saying
no,
is,
no, 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 bro, you're straight. You don't need to
Okay.
explain. I heard gambling and I just that's just opposite of what my channel's about. Neil, I have a question for
Let
you.
me mute my mic.
Yeah, you're straight, Neil. I have a question for you. So I also believe that once one domino, that's big enough goes, I think that we see a cascade of dominoes, and I think that SIVB was kind of like just like a start to it. Um, in your experience, what generally happens if someone large enough goes under? And like, how does the process of margin calls, go throughout the system as a whole?
What you mean when a company goes out of business?
Well, I mean, I guess just a large enough company, it doesn't meet the collateral that they need.
I'm trying to make sure I say it one more time, John.
Okay, so I personally feel as if one company, if it's big enough and it goes down, right, and they get margin called, that may cause a series of margin calls. And I'm just curious in your experience because obviously you've been in the market for some time now and you've definitely experienced this. What happens and what is the process after one behemoth or one mid-size company that may spread contagion when they get margin called? What is the process thereafter?
It depends on the brokerage. Normally, if for me, margin, you see a margin call when you're shorting or you borrowed or you're overextended on using a margin account. That's the kind of way I think about it. And it's usually when the stock price is going down, and it's usually depending on the company once again, once your price starts hitting about 10% down, they will start nickel and diming you, saying you need to, put this much liquidity back into your account. But that's kind of the way I see it. There was a comment earlier about people worrying about the price of a stock under $1. That to me is the least of my worries. Just to be candid with you, if it goes away, if it loses its place on the market, okay. If the company's solid, it's still going to come up. And that's the way you have to look at it.
Fundamentals, baby.
Say again.
I said fundamentals, baby.
Yep.
It's like rankings. It's like rankings. If you drop off, that your day is not over. the shorting to oblivion, yeah, that can happen. But back to what you said to start this call, Neil, that they are shorting across the board anything and everything. And at the end of the day, by the way, our market has the most liquidity in it that it's ever had in the history of our market, ironically, in this worst time. But with that heavy liquidity, they can do what they've been doing. They can kick the can down the road by constantly finding ways to pump crypto, pull money, pump call options, pull money. All these ways to pull liquidity and shorting to make liquidity at the same time to use to keep borrowing regardless of the CTB and keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing. And at some point, when retail pushes somewhere too hard and they become over leveraged, you get the margin call, and that's when the fat lady sings. But the fat lady won't sing until there's the call from up above for those shares. Because like Neil said, they can short, and there is no due date on when they have to cover and when they have to right their ship until the guy that's been loaning those positions out calls for them back. And when the margin calls happen, that's when you get the big squeezes. And that's potentially on the table where we are right now going into Q2, when the market's been hammered by inflation rates going up, everything happening. You will eventually see the repo account come into play. They're gonna obviously, like Silicon Valley Bank, where everybody's covered up to $250,000. Then they came out and the Fed said, "Nope, we have plenty of money." Doesn't matter
well,
what you
it was more than that. I live here in D.C., and what my friends told me from downtown is, and in fact, Janet Yellen kind of hinted to it in her comments today to the press, was that she and the president would discuss it if a bank failed. Now, if you look at the bank in California, there were a lot of Democratic donors there.
100%. And I'm in the wine industry out here in California, in Napa Valley. And my good buddies from the Marine Corps, two guys I know, were working sheriff's department now, and they were working overtime sitting out front of Silicon Valley Bank during the week of the collapse. And I remember hearing from a good friend that said, I had one lady, one of my clients, tell me she couldn't get $1.7 million out. And then, meanwhile, my other buddy, who's a sheriff, caught wind of some information inside that said, dude, I'm hearing they're going to pay everybody, and it's going to be the Fed. And the Fed stepped in, okay? And you know, I'm not, just a disclaimer, I am fucking the worst when it comes to politics. I fucking think they're all fucking, which color do you want to go to, this slaughterhouse or this slaughterhouse? So I don't play politics, but based upon I know how politics works, that if you're politically aligned, the collusion lies right there. So yes, you have a situation where the Silicon Valley is heavily left, and then you have a heavily left show running it, and so they step in and say, we'll pay anything. So it is up to, at the end of the day, who's running the show, and that can go either way. And you know, I'm not supporting anything. I'm not trying to align with any political shit. I just try to, you know, tell it how it is.
Well, see, and that's exactly what I do. But the word is from down there. Hey, if you're a predominantly Republican, a bank with predominantly Republican holdings in it, you won't see a bailout. Where a Democrat one might, or is more likely to. And what I've learned about with the different changes in presidency over time is what the market does with each of those presidents.
Yep. Yeah, publicly I won't share my opinion, but over a good bottle of wine, I'm having a Terra Seca right now, 2016. over a good bottle of wine, I'll take you out to the fire pit and we'll talk about all the world's problems, and you'll know right away where I lay. But I, on these shows, I don't like to go political, and I don't like to lean. I do like to disclose, obviously where we're at, and usually it falls on who's in charge, right? So it doesn't matter who it is at the time. If we're on a rough ride, it's going to be, a call to the top and what's going on. And believe me, if some of you have seen my tweets, I'm tagging everybody all the way up to POTUS himself. So yeah, I agree with you 1,000% on the handouts and how that works, whether or not which way you swing and who's running the show. Buzz, go ahead.
So because you said that, now I have to pour myself a bourbon. But Needle just requested a mic. Give me 2 seconds while I go ahead and do my thing, and I'd love to hear from Needle.
Yeah, I just had a quick question on the when we were talking about the bankruptcy thing. As far as a brokerage, if a brokerage, one of the big brokerages were to hit the wall, how does that proceed? And especially if you're talking about having over $250K in a brokerage account, how does that go forward?
Well, the FDIC supports it. It's insured. So, but the thing is, if you're trading it, if you're in control and you're trading it, you got a $3,000 loss statement. That's all you get. So it's a completely different game from banking, letting them trade your money and you're making 1.5% if you're lucky on that money. That's the banking system, very different than the trading system. So when it comes to trading and 401ks, I'll give you a surprise. I borrowed $50,000 out of one of my 401ks, and that was at a payback rate of 7% interest that was paid to myself. So my account gives me 50 grand. It's my money, okay? And I now can trade with that money freely as my money and pay a 7% interest rate on it over 5 years, right, on a payment plan that's paying myself back. So it's going back into my 401k. All I have to do is I have to trade that 401k at a better rate than 7% interest, and I'm still putting money back into my 401k, but I'm making more money on the money I have right now. So it's like corporate thinking in a one-man show. So I'm just a regular Joe. And so what I'm doing is I've been trading it, and I've actually made 33% to 34% on the money that could have been making 2-3%, but I'm paying 7% on that. So I'm up.
Smart man.
So it's you watch 401ks, they're handled by stockbrokers are handling those, and they are making smart moves, pulling out and being very conservative, and they're making the cream on the top. So what says in the digital era I can't make the cream on the top in the time being, and I'm reinvesting that, so I have a cost to borrow, so I'm not paying capital gains taxes on those winnings. I'm reinvesting those, and I fly into Texas on 420 because I'm house shopping the Canyon Lake area, because I'm going to grab, I just looked at a 4,600 square foot house that's just under finished by drywall in about 3 rooms and paint and texture. And a guy walked away from it, and it's 700 grand. It's 4,600 square feet on 1.5 acres. And I'm looking at swooping that, and that's going to cover some of what I would pay capital gains on. So I'm dumping it into that home, that real estate, eventually, that I will claim as my real home 100%, and I will spend 1 day shy here in the Napa Valley of 6 months. So I'm paying Texas taxes of no income tax.
Yeah, well, that's I'm in Dallas.
You know what I mean? So I'm playing games based off.
Well, just rent the damn place up there. You'll make your money back in a year.
Fun fact, Neil. Fun fact: here in the Napa Valley, I am renting the place, but it's not going to be to a renter. It's going to be VRBO, because in 3 months, just weekends in the Napa Valley, you can cover your entire year's worth of income from a renter. you can do in 3 months on weekends. And there are a couple hot weekends throughout the year that you're going to want to have it up. One of them is called Bottle Rock. It's a big concert series. It's a private
Yo, wait, did you say Wobble Rocks?
Bottle Rock.
Okay. And another thing, Rocket Girl does a lot of Verbo and Airbnb. I'm trying to get her a mic so you guys could talk, but
This is a 4-stage event. This year, it's always the last weekend of May. 150,000 people. They pay a minimum of $300 to $1,200 a ticket, whether you're one day or a weekend. It's Friday, Saturday, Sunday. This year, it's we got Post Malone, Duran Duran, Lizzo. We got Billy Strings. The list is crazy. There's all kinds of people. Red Hot Chili Peppers. And it's this private event. So that weekend, an average 3 to 4 bedroom home, I got a 4-bedroom here, is renting out between $5,000 to $10,000 a night, depending on where it is located. So in my area, I'm probably looking at a $15,000 weekend, and that is fucking money, bro. So when you look at renting your house out, we live in an era of VRBO, and if you're in an area that sees some visitation, whether it be you're in an area because you have beautiful amenities, wine and food, or you're in an area that people need to go to court, federal court, whatever it is, they need your house for the weekend, and you can make big fucking money in the VRBO world. So that's the plan for the Napa Valley house once I get it over to Texas in a couple of years, fully committed. But right now we're shopping it to buy it, and then we're going to rent that out in the time being until we make the transition. And we'll
That's like Augusta during the Masters. People go on leave from Fort Gordon down there and make enough money to pay their mortgage for the year.
Yeah, it's and once you see this pattern, you realize why. I try to tell I have a Zoomer as a daughter. My daughter just turned 21. She's a Zoomer, and she's my 9/11 baby. And she is in the era where they're like, oh, we'll never be able to buy a house. Listen, I took out 2 loans. I worked 2 jobs. I went through hell. I thought I was going to lose my house probably 25% of the time. But here I am. I own it outright since then. And when you look at it, I was 23 years old. And, I talk to her all the time. You get your shit together. If you're willing to make the sacrifice, you're willing to make it work, someone out there has a job. Their job is to sell you that place. Someone else's job is out there to loan you that money. That's their job, okay? So if you can fill in the blanks and check the boxes for them, you will meet that criteria to take that next step. And the Marine Corps drove that into me. I came out of the Marine Corps at 22 years old. I thought I was a grown man. I was having a kid. I was trying to buy a house. And now looking back, I'm like, I didn't even have hair on my chest. But this generation, I try to tell them, it's there. You can take it because someone has to do it to put bread on their table. Someone has to sell you that Chevy fucking Tahoe at 11 o'clock at night and close the deal at 10%, 20% down because they need to close that deal. So don't be afraid and think that the system's against you. You have the sky is the limit when it comes to moving money and moving numbers around. And I try to tell everybody, don't be afraid. Get out there. But build it one day at a time and stick with the work and make it happen. Show the work, show the focus, and you will get that next level. And yes, it's going to be a scrape. And yeah, you're going to be worried. But you're going to have that opportunity because it's sitting right there right now. And yeah, interest rates are high, but there's so many fucking government handouts to say, oh, you're a first-time home buyer. Oh, you're a first-time home buyer and you like the color purple. It doesn't matter what the fuck. There's something out there. Put the work in. Take that next step. Take that next level. Go after it. Show interest where someone isn't. And let the fearful be the losers.
Speaking of fearful,
my first mortgage, I paid 9% on the house. It was under carpet when I came back from Germany.
Wow. In the subprime mortgage, I was in a fluctuating interest rate, and at one point I paid 6.5%, and I almost lost the house. And I fucking did everything I could to fix it. So 9%, You have cojones of steel, my friend. That's rough.
Neil is just for everybody.
VA.
Neil is literally a superhero. If you knew his background, I mean, just look at the guy's LinkedIn. That's all I have to say. But
Well, I gotta send some wine to Neil. He deserves it.
and I do want to go ahead and I do want to say that I've been saying this, for quite some time, probably since like the beginning of December. We are looking at stock prices that we may never see ever again in our entire lives, and I just want everybody to realize that.
Yep.
And
No, I guess my question about the brokerage was just, will some of those big brokerages be considered too big to fail if it were a situation where there were a variety of squeezes at once that squoze some of these big brokerages that are doing the naked shorting?
Look at Credit Suisse.
Yeah. Well, once again, on the U.S. ones, a lot of the people may not be up for it. But then again, when you are someone like Citadel that has the teachers union pension fund, you have all these other union pension funds, and under, once again, your political regime, who are they going to cover? Right? Where the next one may not.
Yeah, but at some point, wouldn't they be fighting for the door?
You have to gauge too, that are thrown in heavily into those decisions.
Yeah, but Neil, at some point, don't you think that the shorts would just be fighting for the door?
They may be, only when they absolutely have to. Here's my thing. I tell everyone, when you do your DD, the first place you ought to go look up the Naked Short Report. It's free. It's right there, and it's the FINRA report. Comes out every morning, and it tells you all you have to do is put in the symbol, and it gives you the naked shorts for the last month on that stock. And anytime it's over 50%, they control the price, and that's a fact.
And I just read it off, and literally every single number over the last month was over 50%.
Okay. And so that's why I say be careful with this one, because you haven't heard any facts. The shorts may be letting this go up to sell the rumor. Don't be afraid to take profits.
Hey, that's a very, very good point. Do not be afraid to take profits, in my opinion. I'm not a financial advisor. I have to disclaim that. He does not. Texas, you have your hand up. Please hit it.
What is your idea about such off-market shares? I know on Thursday we were at like 62% was dark pool. Is that shorts regaining shares, or what do we think about that?
Those are short trading shares. Are those dark pool ones? I mean, that's the naked shorts, not the just your regular everyday investor who is borrowed shares, but those are the naked shorts. Those are shorts that haven't been covered by someone's stock.
Perfect.
So these are all non-located shares that you're telling me that are on Naked Short Report? Just to confirm?
Yes. Oh, yeah.
That's disgusting.
So, sorry, I'm jumping in. So going from 300 and what we were 330 million, I believe it was. I've seen estimates at like 120, 130-ish. Once all this settles, all of that going off of market. So those naked shorts, those are ones that can't get them back once that pool changes. Correct?
If a company, well, what will happen is if you bought those shares, they'll just they'll fail on them, and you won't get them.
What do you mean by you won't get them? Because that does not make any sense to me.
Well, what will happen is that brokerage will have to give them, or actually, let me think the way the
buy at market price? Is that what you're saying?
In other words, they just reneged on their sell. So what happens when someone reneges? You don't get your sale. And you get your money back, but you don't get your sale. And that's what happens. So it's that's another side of it. But these guys haven't had an issue, with that. I've seen companies with, 50 million shares in the float and 500 million shares trading. Well, that's probably a bad way to put it. There were 500 million trades that day of individual shares that could have been sold and bought multiple times. But those are the sort of things you have to look at. And that's why I sit and watch level 2 and the 1 minute and listen to Buzz on the background, because I can see right there what's happening now. Who's trading, who's buying, who's selling. And when you see that, all these FINRA things, and they're for thousands of shares, all 1,000 shares, all going down, pushing the price down, you know what's happening.
So I'm just looking at like the one recent filing, and it says that the settlement agreements are with certain current and former holders. So being that it says certain, I'm assuming that there are some Series E holders still. Does that make sense? Am I understanding that correctly?
Right. They may have been sold to someone, and then now they've been resold back.
So what it is basically it's they basically canceled out their prior agreement and then they got rewarded with shares. But it says certain rather than all, and I guess that was my question.
Right. How many of these shares are counterfeit? Remember, that's one of the big things that Alan and all these guys are going in, and these companies are now coming out starting to scream about their prices. It's because they put so many fake shares out there that they can't keep up with it. That's why you've got 58%, 62%.
It really does get crazy. Hey Texas, I see your hand up, brother. Go ahead.
I know one time I saw an illustration that showed a perpetual circle. The hedge fund or the short would, borrow money from one to buy so many shares, and then they would loan that money out to someone else to buy those shares. And then it was just kind of a consensual they're just keep selling them back to themselves, that really then they start creating shares, and then once it's there, that's where you get the pop. Am I correct?
That's true. But it's not true across the board. That happens. Let's just put it that way.
Josh, I see you with your hand up. What do you got?
Yeah, just a quick question on the topic. So, looking at, live, what I call live, but live dark pool trades versus short volume. But when you look down in the little asterisk there in the little fine print, it says reported volume. So does that mean that there's potentially more volume being shorted what's actually being reported?
Yes, because what happens at midnight or during the night, you'll see trades taking place, and that's the companies settling their what was sold and bought for the day, except for the FINRA shares. Now, they do their own reporting.
Fucking SROs.
That comes out. And so that's what they're saying from inside themselves that are taking place. They're not saying the shares are real. They're just saying, here's the volume.
Thank you very much for that, Renaissance. I saw that you had requested. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to thank you guys. I'm newer to trading. I'm learning a lot. It's more of a logistics question. When it comes to taking profit, I'm in at 17 cents. With it going up and down, if you could just speak on a little bit of strategy-wise, without losing that 17 cents and taking profit, or because I'm willing to just hold on to it just because I've been studying the fundamentals with the company and it being strong and been watching a lot of tweets and kind of following along with it being in alignment with what I'm seeing as well. If you could speak on a little bit of the more of a strategy-wise, if you're at 17, taking profit without losing that share count at 17.
That's totally a Neil question because I'm not a financial advisor and he has his certs. So go ahead, Neil.
Okay.
Okay. If you're looking to still gain more shares and be able to play what they're doing as far as running the price up and down, what you can do is watch when it goes up, watch when it spikes, and at that spike point, minus say a quarter of a cent or something like that, because you want all your shares to sell them.
Sell all of them.
Yeah. And then when it drops back down, buy them back, and plus what you're making. So you wind up with more shares. It's a technique, okay? The downside of it is you sell those shares and the price takes off.
That's what I'm concerned about, right?
Yeah, you're chasing at that point. But if there's no news, why would it take off?
I only because of the unknown with the announcements that have been made just on Thursday evening, and then again retail making the mistake as they did, misunderstanding it, and then they're going to be doing the same thing, but on possibly on the upside.
That's a good reason to wait and see what happens on Monday.
Okay. Got it.
And then look at where look at pre-market. look at what's happening there, along with what's happening out in the mainstream, because your best deals are usually in pre-market,
Okay.
or post-market.
Question: is there any chance in hell that this S3 ever gets pulled?
Yeah. There's a chance.
Mm-hmm. There's always a chance.
I mean, I just wanted to make sure, just because, I mean, obviously we saw like a little bit of a trap from Hamilton, you know what I mean? So I'm wondering if this could be like another like little trap.
Yeah. Well, it's his whole thing may be bullshit.
But even if it is bullshit, doesn't that still put pressure on the TRKA board?
It does, but it also gives the shorts that chance to kind of run the price up. He may be selling his shares.
At that point, would it be market at that point would it be market manipulation though, because he was tweeting like such bullish things about it?
He didn't come out and say any specific thing.
Yep, he chose his words wisely. That's one thing I always watch. Choose the words wisely.
Yeah. Like your disclaimer, Buzz, and your wording during the day.
you got me there.
Okay. He did the same thing in those tweets. So until I see a news report instead of a tweet of these two guys sitting down and starting to hash out a deal, then, as far as I'm concerned, it's bullshit. And if you always view these things in that manner, you won't be surprised. Okay? But when they come in and sit down, you're going to know about it.
And I mean, just to be specific, how exactly would we know about it? Just in your own words.
Because they're going to tell you.
I love it.
There's reporters out there with their ear to the floor. If those two guys are coming in to meet, the board and an owner are coming in to meet on a specific topic, the news media is going to tell you.
Well, see, the problem is like they don't always tell us, because, like, for instance, we could talk about Mullen and Hellbiz, right? I have a conspiracy theory that Mullen is going to buy out MCOM, right? But anyways, they had a meeting and it was not discussed, regarding the topic as well.
Right. Well, I mean, you'll see meetings, but if a meeting happens after he's made a comment, then it's going to make the market, the buyers, think that that's what's happening.
I think that the buyers already think that that's happening.
And that will drive the price.
And see, the thing is, though, is I think that the buyers already think that that's happening.
Yeah, but until then, it's still the shorts run the price on it.
And until we see that naked short report change as well.
I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. All right. So that to me, that's the one thing really watch carefully and don't be afraid to take profit on that. All right? And be patient with the low end that you buy back.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Now it is 1 a.m. Neil is an older gentleman. If anybody has any questions for him, please, request a mic. I'll give it to you immediately. But I don't want to take up too much of his precious time because, I mean, like I said before, the man is a gentleman and a scholar. He's taking time out of his day in order to go ahead and enlighten all of us. So if anybody has a mic or anybody has anything, please request a mic. I see one right now. I'm going to go ahead and accept that.
Moyo's coming up right now.
Oh, sorry guys, can you hear me?
Got you.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you one more time, man. Listening to you speak, if you're on your way out, if you're heading to bed, I want you to know that for us novice retail investors, it's just dope to have these spaces. So thank you to the host for making space, and thank you to you, good sir, for being out here up late with us. Okay?
Oh, thanks to the love, man.
Well, hey, I'm used to 4-letter words being used in my thing, but one of them's not love.
Hoorah! You guys are hoo-ah? Is it hoo-ah?
Oh, sorry, just really quick. I am ex-military as well, so thank you for your service. Anyone out here whoever served, you are heroes in my eyes. I never held a gun. They didn't give me a sidearm. I'm a public health guy. I was a medic, and I could cry just saying it. So thank you
guys.
I'm usually walking patrol this time of night, so.
Hell yeah, dude! I was out there. I was on fire watch. I was taking the hot water out of the sink at the duty hut, stealing it so I could make fucking instant coffee in my canteen. I was that guy. So
you haven't had coffee until you had a Marmite sitting on the damn stove all freaking night in the top.
Oh.
And you poured it out and cut it with the scissors in the morning.
I love it. So for all you vets out there, we're all having fun. Just so you know, we're all here. If anybody has questions, just needs someone to talk to. We got a lot of vets involved here. Retail United. Keep an eye out for that. It's a movement to bring people together, sharing the same convictions. It's a big thing, and we got Army dogs, we got Navy, we got Marines, we got everybody on here, and just keep an eye out for each other. If you need to reach out. We've all been there. We got stories to share. Hopefully one day we can all meet in Vegas for some cocktails and talk about this. I want to get Josh up here real quick because I love hanging out with Battle, and he's been on here. He's on all the Spaces calls. He's always absorbing. He's made some big wins in the last week with AI and a few other things. So I just want to get you up here, Josh, and say something. Let me bring you up. And if anybody has questions, you guys are more than welcome. Come on up. We'll wrap it up here in the next 15 minutes. But if anybody has anything, please come on up. Feel free. Go ahead, Josh.
Oh, I've cracked more than one adult beverage tonight, just enjoying the conversation. It's been great. Thank you again, Neil. I think I speak for just about the previous speaker that's listening here. It's been enlightening and super helpful and whatnot. But thank you, Battle. You're one of my battles now. Yeah, Spider, this has been great, dude. Fun Friday night.
Well, my big point is I don't want a lot of, especially the new guys and even the novice guys and the intermediate guys, to learn the hard way when it comes to some of these things. Because this place, as one of the engineers said, I already know you're going to lose your money because I wrote the program for the company.
I hope everyone just understands what Neil just said. I see Dylan with his hand up. Go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, if I could jump back in here. Yeah, I'm new myself. My first run out the gate was 8.
Hey guys, what up? How you doing?
You wait. All right. Wait. I don't think Josh was done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. Josh, please go ahead and finish, and then Dylan.
Yeah,
what are you debating on?
Keep your mics muted while people are talking. It helps with the bandwidth. Go ahead, Josh.
No, I was just saying, yeah, I'm still a newbie myself here into the whole world of retail trading. I went out the gate with ABCT, lost about 17K right out the door, and thankfully I've got people around me that I started following and learning from you guys that know what's going on here and helping retail out. So it's deeply appreciated. But yeah, now I'm back on the ropes. Back off the ropes, playing with my Cosmos. I feel terrible for everybody that got caught in that Robinhood thing. I was able to take my profits. Yes, don't be afraid to take profits. Best advice of the night. But you hang in there, you learn, do your DD, look at those fundamentals day after day after day. Keep following it, watch it. I've been following Cosmos for months. I know that ticker. I could tell you on Mondays, this is what it does typically. On Tuesdays, Wednesdays, Fridays is this. And just you learn the habit of it and what shorts are doing with it. And you can play along with it. It's hard, but then getting the momentum of retail coming back in off news drops, be ready. But yeah, fabulous tonight again. But that's it. That's all I got to say, Battle.
Yeah, I'll be
There's your
candid
time.
with you. I've actually lost $1 million in a single short play. And that was with a company called Plug. It's been years ago. But they did a coordinated short with a guy speaking on Kramer right about 1 o'clock. And he came in as a doctor and said, this company sucks. And it all dumped. So you learn the hard way sometimes, really hard. But all I did was say Fido and moved on. Hey, you guys, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. What up? How you doing?
Doing great, man. What's on your mind?
Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm just listening, and I'm just about to get into the conversation and to get hold of my say. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, dude. I want to hear from every community member and honestly just see what's on their mind.
Well, listen, I'm a new member, and I'm just trying to listen to all you guys, and then I can get I can get my say. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. I mean, I'm happy that you're here, and I'm happy that you're enjoying the space for sure, man.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
FYI to everybody out there, retail, all of you that have a high cost to borrow or a cost average right now, and the cost to borrow is through the roof, and we're battling short sellers every week. Come Monday morning, when we see that cute little pullback, it kind of re-put the things back in, I'm going to hit that thing hard. I'm not going to say when, but Monday morning, when we see that pullback, maybe the first, maybe the second, maybe the third, maybe mid-afternoon. But when I see the pullback that I'm looking for, I'm going to hit it hard. And it's gonna fuck up someone's program. And I hope that many others out there that are invested right now in TRK realize that there's a lot of us out here. There's a lot of 6-figure. There's a lot of 5-figure holders. There's only 67 million tradable on the float. So if there's a high volume and a lot of push from retail, They're going to have to step out. Now, we don't know what's happening in the back end based off of what we saw at the end of Thursday. We don't know. We don't know how it's going to go on Monday. But what we do know is in a long-term thinking, someone needs shares, whether it's through the buyback or it's through covering. So if you're buying shares of TRKA and you're investing in the long term, just know that you don't want your shares tradable based on you holding them and someone able to loan them out. So pay close attention to the finite details of what's said with your broker that you hold shares in to make sure they're not sharing your shares. And if you put that pressure, and this is not financial advice, but you put that pressure where it's fundamentally you feel deserved and you feel a company should be much more than 30 cents a share, you will see a change in price point. You will see that push based on sentiment. And that's the facts. A lot of the times retail waits for that sentiment to come from the mouths of the CEOs. But you have guys out there like Warren Buffett that make millions and billions of dollars on the concept of when the market is fearful, be greedy.
Wow. Yeah, and here's a thought you just made me think of too. Oh Christ, don't tell me I'm getting a Freudian elation. You mentioned something about buying and selling out there. When you do that, they can't take your shares away from you and loan those out because they got to have them to for you to buy or sell.
And when the broker runs out of shares and scrambles for shares, they pray for the halt. They do the buy button takeaway of 2020 or 21, was it? I forget. Now it's been a while. When that happens, you can see that they clearly don't have the shares. And when you have a small float like TRKA, it's a very good chance that with all of these people coming on sharing their five-digit and six-digit holdings, you're talking about only 67 million shares. And I've heard a handful on here, and I have a few friends that are holding over 500,000, that you're talking about 7 or 8% of the tradable float. Now, who holds that? 51% inside, okay? 51%. 49% is you and me sitting out here on the sidelines that want a piece of the pie because we believe in the company. So when you're trading a stock for a company, look at the shares available to trade, look at the fundamentals, of course, overall, and then know that your market buy, your lit market buy matters. And if everybody knew that and focused and wasn't so spread out across all these things and weren't trapped, I mean, we have a lot of retail trapped right now. They're down 20, 30, 60, 70%.
Yeah.
You know, they're bag holding hard. They can't. They want to move their money, but they don't. And I'm not saying take the loss. Don't take the loss.
Well said. Well said.
I just want to go ahead and say that on Monday, I'm going to be furiously looking for lows if it does drop. So feel free to, tune in. Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm pretty good at reading charts, I'd like to think. Now, my homie Dylan had his hand up. He goes, I need to hear from him, and then I want to hear from T.
Just real quick, so with the recent filings, does any of it point towards a recall or a recount of shares to get an accurate count?
I would say no, not yet. I mean, you would, if you had a sell, I would see that happening. If the SEC for some reason was called in because of someone blew the whistle, and said you need to look at this, then you could see that happen. But right now, I don't see any catalyst.
You're right.
Awesome. Thank you, sir.
Well, there are catalysts. It just right now it's we're in a waiting period.
Yeah, but no catalyst that would really drive that.
Excuse me, sir. What holds you got?
Excuse me one more time. I'm sorry.
Yeah. What holds you got with what company?
Who do I have my trading with?
Yeah. What shares? What shares you got?
Oh, I've got a bunch of different shares.
You're talking to somebody that has like a seven figure net worth, if not much higher than that. I'm sure that his portfolio is jacked, and I don't think that he wants to read off a bunch of tickers, my dude. Like
I will tell you right now. Let me back up. I created myself a little video game, and that video game is start off with a certain amount of money and trade it and see if you can't reach a certain level, a preset level, right? I won't give the amounts or anything like that, but so on bad days or days I'm not going over the range to go shoot or whatever, I trade, and if I can help some people out and spread some knowledge, then hey, it beats going over and being a professor at school. I don't have to come up with a lesson plan. Anyway, I am very heavily in natural gas right now, especially after the ETF dropped below $3. And so I bought heavy into that. I think a couple other people may have done that too.
Yeah, the mafia I believe is in at $2.99.
Yeah, so I'm going to let that go up and run that. I think right now I will have the opportunity to buy back in at a good price, because like I said, I've already set my price at $20.60 to buy back in, because I sold it in the upper 30s there, or in the lower 30s there, and then turned around and said, "Oh wow, look at this," and bought into it. So I play around with the different ones, but I'll go with I try and stay with the mafia there, just to see what it does.
If you come from the street, you know the street, you live by the street. God bless you. You should make that money. I want to hear from Lucky. I want to hear again from Moyo, and Moyo's like, "Oh, that's not my first name. I come from the Marine Corps. That's your first name." So,
may I speak a little bit?
Shoot, go ahead. But I want to hear from Lucky. But go ahead, real quick.
Yeah, of course. No, go ahead.
Actually, Tendai has his hand up before me.
Hey, that's okay, man. You go ahead. I'm sticking with you guys. This is a fucking amazing space tonight. I'm willing to just stand aside for a second.
Well, all I would add to what Prestige was saying, and actually like his point on this is highly volatile right now. Like to throw some stuff around you. Someone had asked the question, and I think his response is appropriate, but there's so much stuff in the air. and what can change. We're still waiting on information.
Yeah, you're correct, man.
All right, so for all of you out there, you're holding. I'm going to go ahead and assume that you have a hat in the game. We're all
May tell us something.
Yeah, we're all investors in TRKA, say for instance, okay? And believe me, I know the game. I know a couple of you out there looking out for what happened on Thursday and hoping it doesn't get worse. But for the most part, all of you out there that know what's coming and know about the buyback and know about the fake out on the 300 million shares and know about all these beautiful things. And we're all investors. Just remember this.
You know where I'm investing now?
Where are you investing? Coca-Cola?
No, in Telmex and Telcel in Mexico.
Oh, it's cellular? Oh, brilliant. I was a Nokia BlackBerry guy. You can never go wrong with communications.
I like GSAT, but let's go over to T or Lucky.
Before we go to T, I just want to say something. We got a couple more people now that are reaching out that want to say something. It's starting spicy, but I want to throw something out before we go there. I want you guys, if you guys are out there, you really are invested in TRK, and you want to see some action and talk about what's happening and get a little bit more insight, because we're not CEOs. We're not financial advisors. Every one of us is out here doing this because we love the community and we love the stock.
Yeah, love you.
Buzz has a fantastic YouTube, so if you can, jump on and look up Buzz, follow his YouTube, sub to it, check him out. He's not taking money from you. Go in, check it out. It's free. But all of you, if you get a chance, follow us on Twitter. Stay in tune. DM, message everyone in here. Stay connected and ask questions and stay informed. Neil has sacrificed his time tonight, like insane time. We're talking. He's out there like I don't even know what is it. Yeah, it's after midnight for sure.
It's 1:30, and we have this poor man literally sitting here, like catering to us, and he's worth millions.
I'm at the perfect age. How many people can say they're 69?
Right? And you know what? And if these kids can't learn from their elders, when are they going to learn that that's the only way to learn?
I'm sorry, he said 69. That's funny to me. I feel like that's...
Yo, Neil is a G, and he hangs out in chat all day.
It was meant to be.
Neil is 69, and Monday's a full moon. Let's talk about it. But no, reality is, he has been in this game when most people in this that are learning to trade were in diapers, if not a glimpse, just a swimmer and a make. But the reality is, if you're not learning from the wisdom that came before you, if you're not learning from the mistakes of the others around you, then my friend, you are not learning. Edgar Allan Poe said you're an average of your 5 closest friends. If
You're absolutely right, Bucky.
You'll find a way to be rich. And
You're absolutely right.
You will
but
find.
I'm telling you what, you have to invest in upcoming
yes. And
upcoming like Telmex, like Telso.
Go finish your point. Finish your point, Barking.
Where they come from? Go ahead, yeah.
Barking, finish your point, and then RC can speak.
So yeah, my point was basically this: like if you gotta listen to the wisdom that's come before you. Those that have put in the work. There's this. As we see generations grow, they get bigger, and they extend on, and they learn less, and it stretches out to where you get to a generation that's going to reinvent Velcro shoes because they can't tie them. The bottom line is, when you decide to step away from the trend and the age group you're in, and the learning pace that you're in, and you follow those that have come before you, and you listen to them, what they said, and you listen carefully to where you only have to hear it once, you're going to better yourself in so many ways, so much faster than your colleagues.
And learn from others' mistakes.
Learn from others' mistakes, because I'll tell you what, you're not going to learn if you're always winning. You're only going to learn if you make that pick. You throw that pick six, you go sit down and wait till you get the ball back, and the defense gets you the ball back, and you go make up for it. It's going to happen, and those losses form you, and they shape you. And if you're ready to ride on an adventure in a company that's serious and solid, You got Cosmos, GNS, you got fucking TRK, you got CLMV fighting the world's fucking nasty garbage habit. You've got real fundamentals behind these companies that are going to grow no matter how perfectly bearish the market could be in the perfect pinnacle of it, to where it dissolves eventually because it's not sustainable. We all know that. If it's a really fundamentally well-built company, it's going to rise above the ashes, and when it does, it's going to rise fast. You know, back in my day, I heard they were shorting a company that was trying to sell books online and put Copperfield out of business. They laughed. They said, there's no fucking way people are going to buy fucking books online. Amazon broke them off. Somebody said, there's no way cars are going to run on electric. Not in a million years. Gas rules the world. Gas rules. Well, guess what? Yeah, gas rules, but there's a place for electric vehicles, and you had short squeeze on short squeeze on short squeeze in Tesla, 6-way splits. I have clients that made millions on Tesla, holding it when it was a fucking idea, and it was backed by simple, basic money, probably Silicon Valley Bank, and then the government giving kickbacks for being EV. And they built a fucking dynasty, and they crushed the shorts. So if the company's fundamentals are there, it doesn't matter how bad you're beat down. It doesn't matter how bad the idea sounds. If the idea has a future and it actually makes sense and those fundamentals make sense, and do your own fucking research, you will see that you are sleeping well at night. You don't need to hear from a CEO because the numbers don't lie. The company is there. Nothing's changing overnight. Go to bed, go touch grass, build a family, go do things, diversify your portfolio, chase other games, but know that if you're behind a fundamental right company, it will get to its value, especially in this bear market. This is a fucking giant vagina. This fucking market is the worst I've seen since 08.
But such an opportunity, Barking. Go ahead.
Mass opportunity to buy. And you got guys like Warren Buffett that bought more stocks in the last 6 months than they have in 5 years because they know they're in another flip, another reverse. And that's happened, 6 times in the last 100 years? 6 major times, and then probably got another 6 half that. But it happens. And
6 in my lifetime.
Yeah, right. And if you look at it, we're at the end of it. It's just a matter of time. And we just gotta all know that it's not going to be pretty. Anything comes with hard work is gonna pay off. If it's real hard work, this is hard work. We're in a bearish economy. I got friends still trading NFTs. I'm like, why are you trading them? I have over 200 NFTs sitting in a fucking wallet. I'm not touching them. That market's fucking raped right now by hedge funds. And until they fucking regulate crypto, so that way all that pension money can come in, $9 trillion overnight in pension money, to where crypto goes to where it should be, they can't do it till it's regulated. But the degens were like, oh, don't regulate, we're fucking outsiders. No, buddy, you don't get how it works. Your money's big, but their money is big. And when you have the big money come in, it drives the big number.
Watch what happens when this XRP suit ends, and watch what and also on top of that, I hate to hijack what you were just saying. Also, XDC has a partnership with the NASDAQ. I think that everybody should be aware because there is a huge opportunity if you're paying attention.
Well, they're all talking. I mean, for the last year and a half, the discussion has been when regulation goes through, they can then introduce blockchain to the market. They can do the quick flip and put the market on blockchain and eliminate the naked fucking game for all that is worth. But who wants to go into the history books? Is it somebody that's colleagues with a lot of these individuals and is living their life out the end of their last years? Or is it somebody that's willing to sacrifice a lot, fight the brotherhood, and put it on blast and take it to the next level? It's only a matter of time. So we just got to sit and wait through it. We're at that threshold. It's not sustainable. The market's not sustainable where we are. If we're going to stay this way and get worse, then we're going to be China in the next 2 years.
China's growing at a pace right now that is outgrowing us. So I mean, I don't know if I draw that conclusion, but
People, I know, but I'm saying that when it comes to the money, we're borrowing so fucking much from them, and if we don't fix our market and create a sustainable market and break this naked fucking carnival that's happening of people making millions on millions of trillions and billions off of fucking the back of retail and doing it in a shady way. If that doesn't get fixed by blockchain and making it all legit, then what's next?
and that's my bullish case for XDC because they have that the partnership with the Nasdaq. But T, I see your hand up, dog.
Yeah, one thing just real quick on the money exchange: China, India, Russia have all backed their currency with something tangible. Russia and China, it's gold. India, it's diamonds. And Turkey right now is buying gold as quickly as they can.
I'm not liking the BRICS lining up. I agree with you.
And they just used the yuan to buy natural gas.
Go ahead, T. I see you.
Hey, thank you, man. I honestly, every time you give me space to speak, I just feel a little privileged. So don't ever feel bad about letting me sit and chat. I just wanted to say before I go to bed here, I'm starting to burn out hard. I'm like simultaneously listening to you guys talk about stuff that makes so much sense, while I'm also trying to like do some meme warfare on stock twits. I know that probably doesn't get a lot of respect with a lot of the crowd.
Nah,
right?
push the space.
I'm just saying, like, honestly, out there on stock twits, there's a lot of us retail traders who are waging war on misinformation and FUD and bullshit, and people who are literally posting lies over and over and over again just to spread fear for investors, particularly retail investors. So the reason that I'm speaking right now is
that means they want you to sell your shares.
You're goddamn right. Don't think that we're stupid. You know, like I have a master's degree in public health. That might not mean shit in the business world, but as a lot of the vets here know, on the battlefield, it means a couple things. All right, and so what I'm trying to say here is, come Monday morning, for those of us who work in nonprofit and who have, you know, money invested that I don't care about, but also, you know, it's money. Come Monday morning, there's a lot of talk here and on a lot of different spaces about dumping portfolios on the dip and eating up those free shares, right? And when I'm sitting with 50,000 shares, that might not mean a lot to a lot of people who are sitting here in this chat, but for someone like me and a lot of retail investors out there, especially the guys that are listening in right now, or any of the guys that follow me on any other platforms who are in, you know, $1,300 when their rent is $2,200, right? Or the guys that are in $10,000 when their mortgage is $2,000. I want you to know that it's okay to be as afraid as I am. It's okay to have sweaty fucking hands right now. And I would like to hear more before I just snooze my ass to sleep and try to eat well and smoke as much weed as I can and then come back and keep talking tomorrow. I would like to hear from everyone, as long as I can stay awake. What do you have to say about Monday morning? How are you feeling? Are you nervous? Are you in the same position where I am, where it's like, hey, I don't know if I can dump off 50,000 shares or even 25,000 shares on a dip to try to pick up an extra 3,000, because if Jeff decides to fucking tweet, then all of a sudden I'm chasing and I don't want to be in that position. So
Monday's too volatile. Don't do anything on Monday. Just watch.
And like again, I would never do anything in the first half hour of trading. If I can give you my 5 years of expertise. Oh no, I get you. I hear you. But like, let me speak to the retail traders again. I never trade in the first half hour of trading. That's crazy. Anyone who does that's nuts. I love trading in pre-market. I love trading in post-market. I will never fucking trade in the first 15 minutes of trading, except when it comes to Troika. Because I have picked up probably an extra 4,000 or 5,000 shares on some of those dips, especially after the Raj tweet. Because I was like, "Yo, I'm not betting anything on a tweet. That's fucking ridiculous. Unless there's a filing in the next hour, I'm not doing it."
Have you ever played derivatives?
No, and I'm here to learn more about all that kind of stuff too. And so understand that I am so novice that I shouldn't even be standing here speaking. So again, I would like to hear everyone's opinions about Monday morning. I'm not going to be the guy that dumps shares anytime on Monday because I don't have the fucking balls for it. So anybody that does or anybody that doesn't, I'd love to hear about it. And again, thank you for the space, guys. You guys are legends.
All I have to say is, as far as derivatives go, the talk about not touching anything for the first 30 minutes, that goes out the window when we're talking about derivatives, in my opinion. But as far as Monday goes, if there is a sell-off, again, I will be streaming it, and I will be looking for snipe points in order to DCA even deeper.
Agreed.
I mean, I hear that, and like, it's that kind of like more swing trading, more aggressive, less from my fucking Simple app, in my underwear, smoking a joint kind of trading that I would love to learn more about. So that's why I'm here. And again, thank you. And I'm gonna log the fuck off, but I'll still be here listening for.
Join the mafia, homie.
Hell yeah, right on, Moyo. Hey, check it out. So come Monday morning, the bottom line is they're going to play. But the best part about this is the buy target is anywhere between 20 cents and 40 cents. It's right in the middle right now. When you look at the games that come Monday morning, they take it to 25 cents. That's a fucking steal. They know that they're going to see more pressure come in than ever. Well, 25 was the break point where they had a big sell wall. That's been broken and now is creating support there. So, the highs are going up and the lows are as well. So the bottom line is if there's heavy early in the morning, it's pre-market, that volume and that pressure is going to keep the foot on the throat of an already trapped high level of FTDs last week under. So let's not beat around the bush and let's address the elephant in the room. That if you're short in the last 3 weeks on TRKA, you are fucking trapped under 20 cents and you know it. And you took that big fucking long fucking short of big money under 20 cents when it rode and banged along 21, barely showing support there and went down to 17 at times. During that run-up,
I can't hear him anymore, but I do just want to say, also pay attention to when we're moving down. Notice the volume is lighter than when we're moving up. Because when we're moving down on low volume, that just kind of tells me that we're going to bounce.
And if you do make a trade, come in just under that amount that's showing or just above the low side because you want to be able to make sure all your shares trade. And that's the only way you're going to do it, is staying inside the parameters of the shorts.
So basically, there's like almost two different ways to play it. There's the back and forth ping pong version, or there's the, like AMC hodl, aspect. I'm doing the whole. I got in at a low price on the dip, and I'm gonna DCA and DCA and DCA because I see a future for the company. So I mean, there's just different ways to play it.
Hey, can I just say one more thing before I step off here?
You can say whatever you want, dude. Anything you want.
Awesome. I feel like I stepped on some toes as soon as I walked in because I was like, "Hey, I'm from Stockton. I like memes and I like gambling. Also, fuck you." That's that's not what I am. So let me just say that quick. But I would like to say that I don't think I'll be dumping anything to pick up extra shares, but I am good for probably another like 10,000 shares come Monday morning. So I am really interested about hearing where I could buy. What are good buy points, right? I don't think I have the balls to fuck around with dumping anything along the way, but I'm more than happy to dump another amount into this.
Watch my stream.
Especially if it's a time when it'll fuck the shorts over. So
watch my stream.
All right, I will.
Any other questions from anyone? Again, Neil is 69 years old. We have this guy up until 2 a.m. Eastern time. So like his time is so precious, and again, we should all be so grateful. Any other questions from anybody?
At my age, I can take a nap in the afternoon.
Fair.
I do that at my age too.
I love my naps.
Any other questions?
I'm not seeing anything. Barking, what do you think?
I just want to thank y'all, especially Buzz and, you, sir, for all the valuable knowledge. I'm part of the Mafia. I joined this week, so get used to hearing from me. I'm sticking around.
Facts, buddy. I appreciate you.
Well, I'll talk to you gentlemen on Monday morning and have a good weekend. And, well, at least try not to have too much fun, okay?
Thank you for all of your invaluable knowledge, Neil. I literally cannot stress on behalf of this community, or every other retail community that like the Mafia is a part of, for the knowledge that you speak of. So just thank you so much.
You're most welcome. If I can help anyone, I'm there to try.
All right.
Hey guys, so I also, like I said before, I'm not really on Twitter much, but I did follow a bunch of people on this chat. So if anyone wants to follow me back, also, like I said, I'm BKMM90 on StockTwits, and you can find me on Instagram too. It's just my name that's on here. So much love, guys. Good night.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, and yeah, I'm Buzz just at Buzz Margin Call across the board on every platform. So you guys can find me easy. Thank you guys so much for your time. I want to hear from Arca actually. Arca just joined. I would love to hear from Arca. What's up, Arca?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm so sorry I came in so late, right? I was actually streaming live myself, and the family actually asked me to come by and pick up some burgers and stuff. So now I'm just sitting here in the driveway. How are you guys? Thanks, everybody.
I'm doing awesome, man. I'm like, did you miss anything did you miss too much?
Oh, no, not at all. I actually just streamed for a small amount of people, as you know. Good Friday would kind of insinuate that anyway, right? So I did end up covering TRKA, by the way. So just in case anybody is curious.
What? Yo, 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 yo.
Wow. We got robbed hard. I apologize. When here, everybody started all couldn't hear me, and then hello, and then it went quiet. I heard one person talking, and then and then a couple of those two followers was not first.
You're a little. Sorry, you're a little bit like robot-y.
Is it just me or is he cutting off?
No, 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 no.
Is it just me or-
Arca, I could hear you fine, homie. I can't hear barking all that much.
Oh, okay. Is that going to affect our?
Can you guys hear me better now?
Oh, yeah, nice.
A little bit.
We were getting laughing faces the whole time. Two people were responding to me when I was talking. Only two people could hear me. That was some weird ass shit. So we're back. Here it is. I'm hosting with full bars, and I'm having a hard time for you guys hearing me. So, we've been going for a little while, so we're into the stick. Arca, go ahead and give us some love, bro. Take the mic. For some reason, I'm getting hammered.
Dude, yeah, that is really weird, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, man. So I'm just here. I wanted to know if so TRKA is what we're talking about, right?
Hell yeah, it is.
Man, so actually, Spidey reached out to me 2 days ago saying, "Hey, dude, there's a setup happening here. There's a wedge, a potential breakout or something." I'm like, dude, I'm like, okay. I'm like, should I actually say something right now because I don't want to signal shorts, because I see some potential downside coming in, right? So the next day, I look at the thing and the pre-market just ripped 20% up, and I'm like, what? So I asked the guy, I asked Spidey, I'm like, dude, what did you, is there news or what happened? Or how did you see that upside? He goes, no, man, it's just a wedge. It broke out. And I was looking at it, I was looking at an upside. I'm like, wow, man, good call on that, right? So in my analysis, right, from today, we're like in this weird we're in this weird area to where we may come back down to validate the floor again, but there is a further upside to look at though. So if we are able to kind of reload at about the 21.81 to about 21 cents, then there could be a further upside to beyond 29, maybe even into 32 cents. So my specific targets, just so you're kind of in the know here, is 31.42 to about 32.40, right around there. And it's just in ascending channel that we're in right now, right? And it's only test number one, or actually test, it looks like it's only test number one. So if we're going to go back up to test number two, then that's just another great test, right? But it's still, man, I have to be honest, it's just, it looks like a bearish setup, but I'm not, I can't really read it because there's so much psychology behind its ticker. There's a lot of it's psychologically impaired, is what the floor says it like.
Honestly,
there's an upside coming.
As this plays out, it seems I just checked out your YouTube profile. It seems like you and I are into a lot of the same things. I think that you and I should do like some kind of collab on TRKA as this unfolds.
Yeah, man. Of course, brother. Of course, not a problem. You have a YouTube channel as well?
I do, and I've honestly been calling this TRKA blast like minute by minute with just based off TA. But yeah.
Cool, man. But yeah, that would be cool, man. Definitely send me a thing, and I'll be absolutely ready to do something with you, man. But yeah, I mean, I have to say that I did miss this one though, right? So I'm not right all the time, like everybody knows that, right? It's just no guarantees in the markets, but yeah, just Spidey had this Spidey intuition. He definitely nailed it hard in the head there. Good job, buddy. I'm not currently long the ticker, just to be fully transparent either, right? So. In fact, I actually got stopped out of this when we were running to the upside. Small profit, but that was it. But I haven't actually gained entry again. But there is, like I said, guys, there is if you are kind of looking for a target, then yeah, there's that drop to maybe just sub 22. And that could actually lead to a pretty nice gain, right? So I don't know what this ticker's all about either, right? So is this a long hold for it? Remember, guys, that I only do mathematical concepts, right? I only do
it could be both.
Data backtest.
It could be both, in my opinion.
A long hold.
Sorry, go ahead, guys, please.
If you guys can hear me, I don't know why I've been having trouble.
Barking, I got this since you're kind of tied up. Arca, so I see it as both. Honestly, it didn't even need news, in my opinion, just because of the fundamentals alone. However, now that we have news, obviously it became much bigger than what it was. But I could see it as a great scalping opportunity. I could see it as a great swing opportunity. I could see it as a great, long-term opportunity. Obviously, I'm not a financial advisor. Unfortunately, we don't have Neil in here anymore who could give financial advice. But I'm long and strong. I don't feel like I'm going anywhere at the moment.
Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, I'm not familiar with and what news was it actually? That could kind of encourage me to to kind of run a back test on this to see if there is a more potential higher end to TRKA.
So Neil owned a hedge fund. He has retired 5 years ago. He hangs out in my YouTube community. He's there every day. He answers our questions. He was so generous tonight to give us almost 4 hours of his time in order to answer questions. But as far as it goes, I could see this thing going. I could see it dropping based off the S3. However, they could go ahead and they could renege on the S3 if I'm not mistaken, right? But also, I mean, with all the revenue growth, with all the news out, I just see, extramental upside. So if it does go down, if anything, I'm just going to DCA myself.
Okay, all right. So just to be, I have my chart up on my phone, right? Because I'm driving. But if you are familiar with what I've been putting out, the last I left off with TRKA was that it was a rising, an ascending broadening wedge, and that wedge is historically known to be bearish, right? So what I'm looking at here is that the channel that we're currently riding on, where I'm telling you that we may see an upside to 32 cents from that 23 where we're at, is also the resistance from that broadening descending wedge bottom. Okay, so that bottom area we've already converted into a resistance, which is usually the case when we do like 3 tests of the resistance from the wedge itself. So if we did 3 tests, the capitulation event fails or actually succeeds the bottom support, thus converting that support into a resistance, and then that resistance would actually have to get tested by shorts. But this is the reason why I didn't want to make a dedicated video for Spidey's request, right? Because of the, here you go, sorry.
I'm watching 27 cents myself.
Potential influence that I could give to shorts, dude, by saying all this, right? So, and I feel like a space call is a little bit smaller than me putting in literally thousands of people, right? So in this case, I could be a little more transparent here and just express that there could be still a further downside to look at this, but the downside for this is not friendly. Okay, so it's around 1197. So just kind of, I'm just not going to say that again and just leave it there. Okay, so if it does realize this typical play, okay, because a broadening ascending wedge is very, very common, especially within an asset that's psychologically impaired, like anxiety. So this is an anxious ticker, and it has or fundamental catalyst or a serious set like what I'm talking about, a potentially backtesting a volatility run here, then this thing could be subject for a further downside. However, the shorter time frame, and I'm talking about shorter time frame as weekly and bi-weekly, there is an upside here, and it could be a 30%, 40% gainer. So I just can't. But like I said, I've been obviously I've been wrong on stuff. So it's just what the charts say. So if the sentiment so feels like this does need to go up, or it does feel like like we have to bring this up because we all group together, then it'll happen, right? And there's nothing I can do to see that, because all I'm seeing is just based on its historical value and kind of putting the physics and the statistics all together and then gauging that probability based on the current position, right? So I just want to warn everybody that from a discretionary trader's perspective, there is a bearish formation, but there's also my systematic side that desires the backtest that I really would like to validate. In fact, if there is a downside and or an upside. Right, so
I want to validate 27
kind of run the
cents.
backtest for both the up and the down.
I want to validate.
Please go ahead.
I just want to validate 27 cents, because if it comes back down from where it's at right now, it's going to retest the highs from, what was that? Let's see, the 6th. So I want to go ahead and I want to hold 27.35 ish in that range. Now, whether it happens or not, that's 2 totally different things. If it doesn't, then I'll just DCA.
That's the wick high. If you're looking at the 3-day chart, 27 is the wick high of the current candle, and the 3-day iteration, if I'm not mistaken, just closed alongside the 5-day on Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. I have to double check this because I'm on a phone, right? But
So
I think we got the 5-day closure and the 3-day closure just recently.
So I'm just looking at an all-time chart, right? And I have I have a 5 minute up, right? And I am seeing that starting to come down towards to the tops of the highs from the 6th. And I want to see it bounce off the highs from the 6th. If it doesn't, then I'm going to be watching probably VWAP.
Shorter time frame. You mean like scalp it?
I read the charts as they go, and I read a 1 minute. Right now I back down to a 5 minute just to kind of see what you were looking at. But right now, what I want to do is I want to go ahead and I want to cruise off 27 if possible.
Okay. Sorry, guys, just a sec.
There's a lot going on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Okay, Spider.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was listening. For some reason, I was boxed out with 4 bars. I don't know how that works. But if you can hear me, I'm here. I'm listening. Honestly, the way I look at it is I remember early part of March when it took 4 days to the 90s, and it climbed from 12 to the 90s. So it's retested multiple times. It's filled gap, and overall pullback all the way. You're going to see a massive, massive bull flag to a very, very tight point. And although we look like we're up, we're actually a part of a larger scheme of coming down to a point, come back, but I don't see it going below 20. I see that point tightening between 25 and 30. And then from there, when it breaks 33, see this thing going into the 40s, and you're going to lose it. Retail doesn't get scared. They're going to be the ones that force that. Catalyst is already there. Both of them. The buyback and the acquisition, all of it. The numbers are there from Q1, Q4 of last year. Massive, massive fucking profits there. It's a matter of now the algorithms and the volume. And like on here, if retail comes in full-fledged and convicted pushes, they will force them into a position that as soon as one starts, it's a domino effect. And so in between 25 and 30, to me, I'm buying between 20 and 30. 20 cent, I'm buying all over that. And I'm happy with a 24.5 cent. I mean, I'm green. I'm totally green, but I'm not. That's not the value of this. This is algorithms. This is laddering. This is naked shorts. This is a lot of, and this thing is valued between $1.50 and $5. Talking $2, and right here until I see dollars. I didn't to sell a penny stock.
Seconded. At what point does it become grand larceny?
Grand larceny.
Yeah, I mean, like, fuck, we're getting this company for pennies on the dollar.
Well, I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of companies have been through this. They've even been knocked off the NASDAQ and had to come back. So it's hey, you're at the right point. But a lot of people don't ever gamble on something with that much upside because they need this. They think is something they can rely on, like gold or fuel and all these things that are going to make them 10% over a fucking couple years, 20% if they're lucky. But it's those plays where it's so far down that they've hit that bottom of bottoms. They've triple, quadruple bottomed. As soon as there's a shift and they've been able to sustain their fund and been able to profit and then acquire and build the company in the back end, it all catches up. It's like a rubber band effect. So by the time they get all their T's crossed, it's already been beaten all the way down, and then it snaps back. And each time, if the company's strong, the fundamentals will force it into a higher number, breaking sell wall after sell wall. And God forbid there's an options chain and it works in their favor, but most of the time it doesn't. There's no options chain on TRKA, which I like.
Thank God.
There's no way to raise there's no way to raise liquidity from the holders based on their taking calls and losing to later be turned into cost to borrow on shorts. The reality is we're all holding a stock that is under $1, has a value that's estimated above $1, and it's swinging in a 10 cents difference over 20 cents, 1/5. So no matter where you're buying from 20 cents to 30 cents, not financial advice, if you're buying and that sentiment is there and it's exponential and there's sentiment across the board and more people, and by the way, on Thursday, ironically, it was trending on Twitter. TRKA was trending. When that happens, that's what drives it. It's supply and demand. The supply is low. We already know that, the real supply. There's nakeds out there. But when the demand is so far supersedes the actual supply and the naked supply, then you get that driving fucking volume. Because like we said before, a small volume, a big takes to bring it up. Small when there's accumulation, when there's back ahead of retail, getting ahead because they got word of news that they know is going to right the ship a bit, and some people cover and get out, and they do it gracefully. They don't cause for fucking halts, just like we saw Thursday. Nice up, pull back, nice up, pull back the other day when it went up 50%. Like a week and a half, 2 weeks ago, went up 50% in a day. There was a slow grace. There was no halt. That's obviously institutionally driven. If it was retail, they'd halt the shit out of that. It'd slow us all down. But
No, no. I have to correct you. There are different rules for stocks that are under $1. I just want to let you know about that.
No, I get that, and they have a lot of rules they need to follow in order to stay on the NASDAQ. But I'm just saying, I totally get that. What I'm saying is, if there's enough push from retail, at the same time that there's a buyback happening and there's a potential acquisition happening, it's going to drive somebody to say, if I don't get my shares now, when will I get my real shares? And so when you have such a normal number, it's easier to hide naked shares. When you have a massive number, it's abnormal. You have this obvious, out of nowhere naked position, and that gets devoured, and they end up covering it and getting out of it and protect the game. They're greedy, but to a certain extent. They have a lot of short plays they can make money on. They can leave TRKA tomorrow, go after something else. So they'll make liquidity in crypto and bring it into the market to play these games. I mean, they'll move it around. But if there's a heavy focus from retail somewhere, it makes it at some point not worth it. And once you've made it not worth it, let alone trap shorts, now you got people getting out, and that just causes a snowball effect, and you get back to the real value. And that's happened with Amazon and Tesla and so many others. And we're not talking about a GameStop squeeze going from $35 to $450 in 24 hours. We're not talking about that. We're talking about much less than that in a swing, but enough to cause probably a good 4 to 5 day climb.
Base hits, buddy. Base hits. So, one thing, Barking, that I preach on my channel is I swing for doubles, and home runs happen. And I think that a lot of people need to, just realize that. Josh has had his hand up for a minute. I think that we should let him go.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey guys. Hey Arca, welcome to the space. Sorry I missed your show, Battle. Spider messaged me. He's like, dude, come join. I'm like, and I got here and I thought I'd come over to the live, but it's been a great evening over here so far, and I kind of just got stuck. So I apologize, Battle. But hey, Arca, I think just as a listener, since you've entered and there's a handful of people back in here, I don't think you totally clarified your objective when it comes to trading, as far as focusing purely on the mathematics and statistical backtesting, and basically you don't take the fundamentals and add that into your equations, the way that you look at things. I don't think you really made that clear with the rest of the listeners in the group.
I'm very, very, very fundamental. Arco just requested a mic, so I'm assuming he lost connection. Let me add him so then he could answer your question.
Yeah, that's what I was doing. I was trying to fix it. He was stuck, and so I just had to bring him out and bring him back in. So
Okay.
that's what you saw. I'm trying to do it right now because I saw that. I saw the blue light on the left, and that's not normal. So that means he was in limbo. I'm trying to get him back up right now. I added him as a speaker and sent the co-host invite. The co-host invite's still floating, and he's added as a speaker but not speaking. I'm telling you, we're being fucking sabotaged on this channel because I have 4 bars. So, okay, Arca, can you hear us? I see it just came up. He should be able to speak now.
Yo, Arca, you got me, or can you just not hear barking?
Are you guys able to hear me now?
I could hear you, but
Yeah.
I don't know if you and Barking Barking, you got him?
I can hear him loud and clear now.
All right, let's get it. All right. You had a question, Josh. Can you re-ask the question?
Dude, this is crazy. I'm just getting so many repeating messages. Hold on. Let me leave again and come back in, okay? Because there's a lot of talking. Hold on.
Yeah, guys, we've been getting hammered here. Obviously, we're sharing too much knowledge. I've got 4 bars. Nothing's changed. It was flowing all night. As we get into the night, it actually gets easier for the bandwidth. Less people are on, so I really have no explanation for this.
Do you want to, Barking? Do you want to go ahead? Oh well, now I have that's a request from Arca. I was gonna say, do you want to call it a night? But I want to hear what Arca has to say to Josh.
Okay, there you go. All right, so yes, the battle. What's up, buddy? Dude, so yeah, what I wanted to say is that yes, I don't focus on any fundamental metrics whatsoever. In fact, I'm a data analyst, right? So I study physics, I study volatility, I study momentum historically in several time frames, both to the upside and to the downside. And I create standard deviations to understand what that probability for upside or downside could be.
I lost him. Anyone else?
I did too.
Yeah. I bet you his answer was very, very eloquent though.
Well, he was basically saying that he judges solely by the fluctuations of the needle itself, of the charts. He reads charts, and I respect that.
That honestly, that's what I do too. It's almost like a science, bro. It's kind of fucked up.
Yeah, and I know all the different fucking the whack off theories. I've heard them all, but what I do know is it's very accurate. Arca's very accurate. I know you're very accurate. Honestly, what it comes down to is sentiment, and we're seeing it come back in TRK over the last week, the end of this last week, and we're also probably seeing some stuff that we don't know until the ship has sailed. So for those of you that are already in, God bless you. Hold, hang tough, wait. Your time's coming. For those of you that want to get in, I've been buying between 20 and 30 since I first bought in at 63 cents. So the ship has not sailed. I've had a few people go, oh, I feel like it's too late. No, it's not too late. I came in on the big run and didn't get out and should have. And it is what it is. And I averaged down, and I'm very grateful that it came down as fast as it did because I was able to.
I'm at the point where I'm averaging up. So like, if that says anything, then I don't I don't know what else will. But right now, I'm averaging up.
Yeah, Monday I'll be averaging up. This last Thursday is what put me in the green, but I didn't do anything because I wanted to wait and see. And Monday I'm like, you know what? It's still they're having trouble at 30. I love it. I said it between 20 and 30. I'm buying all day under 30. So
I'm literally like as the chart's dropping on low volume on stream. If you are like a subscriber of mine and you hang out on my channel, you will literally see me laugh as TRKA goes down, regardless of how much money I have into it, simply because I completely disagree with the shorts thesis.
Yep, and I buy more, and I've been actually able to blow up my fucking holdings over the last couple weeks due to their ignorance, and they have no idea they've hit rock bottom at 20 cents and blew their chance to cover, and it's only going to get uglier now that as it builds fucking support and more sentiment, and I'm buying a big ass fucking block. The block I'm buying this come Monday is going to be just shy, about 10% shy of half of holdings I'm buying on Monday. So I'm quadrupling down every which way I can every time to push this thing further, because as long as it's 20 to 30 cents, to me, that's a minimum of 3.5 times your money, minimum. And for me, I don't do this for anything other than to grow my wealth. And this company, we don't even need to talk about fundamentals. We don't need to talk about contracts and who they're working with and all of that. That's there. But they, the machine thinks you forgot that and you didn't do your due diligence and you don't do your homework. You're willing to take a 10, 20, 30% loss to go chase some other thing that they pump. And they do that. They pump over here to try to drag you away from your position. But if you're smart, you hold, you buy, you stay convicted, you will have your day. And we've said that for a couple of weeks at 20 cents. And then we had Thursday, and here we are, Good Friday. The market's closed. And we've got a weekend full of FOMO happening. And I'll be honest with you, I personally feel like shorts are fucked. I know they're already fucked, but I mean, going forward, I don't think they're going to be able to pull it back like they think they are. I think there's more people coming in that want to double and triple their position, and new people want to join in, that it's going to fuck them up on Monday.
Like laughable fucked. Like laughable fucked.
That I said that not because I'm a financial advisor, not because I'm a cult leader or a follower or anything to do with a cult or any of that ape shit or any of it. I'm saying that based on reading fundamentals, reading the current fucking news blasts that have been going out on major fucking news outlets about what's happening with this stock. And I'm sorry that you're convicted in your short position and you feel like the ship hasn't sailed yet, you're down 30%, and you still feel like you can keep fighting. But I can tell you in your short position that your thesis was fucked a long time ago. But what's happening now is your game is running out because the sentiment is coming back strong. And there's no way to fucking fight that, because retail is, at the end of the day, one giant fucking hedge fund. And when retail goes all in and they really feel something and they see an opportunity and they don't have a lot of money, you're right. But when they're walking up to a penny slot, they can sit there and drink free drinks all fucking night at 30 cents. And you bet your ass that if it's a $60 million float and you have fucking retail holding 500,000 fucking shares or more, you can bet your ass that your game is running out as we speak. Because one thing about retail is they fucking get convicted and they have a hard time letting go of those shares, even in a squeeze. So if you realize the timeline from 90 cents to now, 90 cents was a soft touch, and that was the first spike. And I was there for the AMC thing when it went to fucking 12, 15, and then shot to $19, and they hit the buy button. It wasn't a month later, 2 months later, that we were going to fucking $77. So I can tell you right fucking now, do not be shocked. Do not think I'm a fucking wizard. I'm nobody. I'm just another guy that's been watching this shit for years and following fundamentals, following the side of the float, weighing in all the numbers against each other.
Same. I just read charts. So go on. Go ahead.
It's
Hey, Spider, real quick. Samantha H was messaging me. She's trying to get in, but can't figure out. She doesn't have the link. I said I'd say something to you.
Weird. I was talking to her on here, and I don't know why she's not in. That's weird. That's weird. This, I don't know. I went through some shit on here. Is it Bechtold?
Tell her to search my profile and then go ahead and just click the profile picture and see if she connects to the space that way.
Okay, I'll try her that way.
I'm copying link, and I just messaged her the link. Let's see if this works. I sent her the link. So Samantha Bechtold, you're talking about?
Samantha H.
Oh, okay. Because Samantha was messaging me earlier. I don't know this other one. Let me look. Yeah, I don't see her. Yeah, so if you just look at the sentiment right now and the fact that it's a 30 cents. You know, I'm not boasting a lot, buying half of what I've already got on Monday. That's not a lot of money at 30 cents. When you get over $1, yeah, that's a lot of money real fast.
It adds up, homie.
Yep, and it's not right now. But I'll tell you what, now when things move, it's $100 for me every time it moves less than a penny, just barely fucking scoots. So, I mean, literally, on the backside of a penny, and I'm making money to take you to dinner.
It's disgusting, isn't it, dude? I literally see my P&L go vertical once TRKA fucking starts to move.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I keep loading up. I want to see it move bigger. I want to see that chunk move bigger, and I want to see the fact that 67 million shares are held amongst a bunch of great people, and we keep buying them and holding them, and they're in a position here where they're looking for shares. And I guarantee you, just by my gut, that late Thursday, when you saw all that happening in after hours, way late, and you saw the scramble, and you saw them get all tight around 30. They're in a hard place. They're between a rock and a hard place. They need shares, and they can't let it coming when it breaks 30. As soon as it breaks 30, this motherfucker is going to rip like crazy, and it might even see halts. I don't want it to, but it might if it gets too crazy over 30. If it goes over 33, that's when it's going to break 35, 36. You're going to start seeing numbers. And then they're going to fucking create some kind of squeezes along the way. And that's when they break that you can literally watch it breathe. You can see the point where they broke the threshold of 25 was weak. It was weak. We touched it like 6 times and we finally broke through, but it wasn't that hard. 30, a lot harder, but with where it ended and that little pullback at the end, but they're not even done yet. They need shares. We want to buy more shares. When it pushes over 33, then it's going to be on, and people are going to get forced to cover their positions. They're going to get really fucked because you remember a lot of these guys took short positions under 20 cents. Do the math.
Yeah, but keep in mind though that they're rinsing and repeating. So let's not just put a number on it though. You know what I mean?
You're right, they're rinse and repeating, but still, the rinse and repeat has been the common numbers, been under 20 cents. If you look at the failures to delivers, they're all around 20 cents. When we're playing in the 30-cent mark, there's more FTDs. I can tell you, just based on fucking following this thing, there's more FTDs now than late February. It's just simple.
Oh, I agree with you. I just don't like putting expectations that may end up being, yeah.
To the fence, what I'm saying is they've created more of a monster in just the way that it went with whether it was legitimate of Rogers' call. There was basically 3 catalysts that put them into FTDs. The first catalyst was the fake pump on the 300 million added shares, and they didn't add them, and they actually renounced that they're going to be fucking held back and they're not getting released onto the market. People reached out to me and tried to butter me and say that be held accountable by the SEC for fucking lying and saying that all these shares are available. No, you shouldn't have been a dumbass and greedy and kept shorting, and now you're fucked. The second catalyst to that was the announcement that they were going to, Roger was going to buy it out, blah, blah, blah. Then, after all of that, you got the filing for the 8K buyback that came, okay? Then you got a fucking call, just like NVIDIA and Wells Fargo, just today, saying we're filing for a fucking shelf. We want to put a big old fucking solid pack on the shelf, a combination to attack debt and to liquefy down the road. Because why do they do that? When they see a catalyst that's forcing it to get closer to its value, where that is worth doing, and you can't just sell during a squeeze. If you're a fucking company holding insider shares, you can't sell those shares just because it's fucking squeezing. You have to future-proof yourself and announce that you're going to sell some in order to fund the company in different aspects and cover the shit. So they announced that knowing that there's something coming. So there's too many fucking things pointing at the fences that says a 67 million float is very fragile and very volatile when they're playing the game they've played with half a billion share floats. They've played this game with big pools of shares. This is less than 1/5 of that. This is almost like 1/8 or 1/9 of that. So you have to realize that the size of this float is what makes this dangerous, because they've gotten used to trading whatever, whether it was real shares or not, to where after so many do it, it's going to get exposed and they're going to get called on it. And it's going to get fucking very volatile and very ugly. And it's already volatile. And so after Thursday, that slight pullback to 28, to me, 28 cents, that's a fucking steal. So if it's 28 or less coming out the gate, I'm jumping on it. If they want to try to pump us and be like, oh, I'm going to test the retail crowd and see if they'll buy on a high, and then I can pull it and make some liquidity, they know they're going to break that 30 mark, and it'll be up there too long that it's going to build over it, and they ain't going to be able to come back.
Keep in mind though that so today being Friday or Good Friday, okay, I think every market was closed except for China. I could be mistaken though. I don't know if the German market was open or not.
Well, TRKA doesn't trade on the German market. Someone said it does, but go ahead and go try to research it on the Frankfurt. It's not on the Frankfurt. It's not on the main market. I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm because I know that China was obviously trading today, but I knew that other markets were closed.
Yeah, no, you're right. You know, and there's been several situations. I was on AMC when in early June, late May, when Mexico was trading on Memorial Day, and we were not. And Mexico took it from $22 to $33 a share. Everyone knew the next day, lit, and that fucking Tuesday, it went bananas, and it shot to the fucking moon, $77. A lot of people didn't pull out of that. So when you see that, that's a brilliant thing. But I was checking, and I couldn't find TRKA. This was like a couple weeks back. I couldn't find it on any of the European markets that it was trading. So every stock's a little different. I don't know the details if it's on fucking China or if it's on Mexico. I know it's not German. Someone said it was German. I double checked. I still can't find it. But someone just had their hand up. Was that you, Josh?
Yeah, I did. I put my hand down. I'm good. I'm going to be rolling out here in a second battle. But I see Arca just pop back in. But yeah, it's 1:45 my time, so I'm about ready to bail out. But Buzz, I will be checking you out, man. So you do live streams in the morning?
All day, every day, brother.
Right on. So I did send you a DM, just some of my interest and stuff. But great to meet you tonight. Spider, as always, love having an adult beverage on a Friday night with you. And it was a really, really great show tonight, or stream.
Yeah, it was. It was fun.
Yeah, I'm really happy that me and Barkin got this. We got in touch. I saw him posting a lot of bullish things on TRKA. I'm sure he saw me posting a lot of bullish things on TRKA. So it's really good that we got linked up.
Yeah, I'm in the COSM crowd right now. But
so am I. So I am that. I'm in that too. But regardless,
we're all right there. We're all Greg fans. We're all fucking Frankie fans. I wish Frank would have been in tonight.
let me get in touch with him. Let me try to get in touch with him.
Oh, no, he's doing his own thing. He got the invite. Trust me, I invited him, and I don't push it. He comes in a lot. He's usually in every Friday. This is actually the first Friday he's missed. Josh will tell you that.
Oh, really? Son of a bitch, man. Me and him are friends. Maybe he's got something against me that I don't know about.
Against you, it's what it is. He's probably busy with something. He's got a lot.
I'm playing. I'm playing. He actually. Me and him are in close contact. I was just playing.
That's awesome. Yeah, he's a good dude. But yeah, I had fun tonight. There was a lot of good insight. We had the thing I got to tell you guys is I really believe this, and I want you to always remember this. And this probably comes from my old age. I'm 45 years old. I've been doing this for a while, and went to the Marine Corps, and I've been in a lot of situations and had to really think my way out. And I'll tell you this: there's a lot of coyotes in the world that are here to take from you. And one thing they've learned is they're not going to be able to take it in a lot of ways that would be easy. They're going to have to be crafty, and they know one of the ways they can guarantee to take it. How bad they want it is how tactical they can be. And I'll tell you, I've had a lot of people come to me with brand new Twitter accounts, and this is just a simple way of reading a situation. Brand new Twitter accounts, no followers, come in and ask me all these detailed questions and tell me that they're a first-time trader. They've never traded before. They have a brand new Twitter account they started this afternoon. They know nothing about it. But through all that, I can't help but use my common fucking body language read and hear trigger words and words that count out everything that they're saying and showcase to me that they know a fuck ton more than they're sharing with me. And they think that my dumb ass is just sitting here playing along. And they don't realize that I'm 45 years old and I can smell some bullshit faster than anybody. And I can tell you right now, don't buy this car. Don't buy this fucking car. I love this car.
I second the shit out of that, bro. But at the same time, we have people like Neil, who is 69 years old and stayed up with us all the way up until 2:30 in the morning, giving us details too. So it's a mix of both worlds.
No. I'm not talking about Neil. Everybody has body language. Neil's been on there plenty. He was showing his body language all night. I have 100%. I would trust Neil in this room more than half the people. More than that, probably, to be honest with you. No, it's not just about how many followers they have and all that. No. It's about reading the body language and what they're saying. Okay? One thing about the youth is they don't realize if you're 5-10 years younger, you carry a little bit of copy to you, and you haven't had life shit on you enough to humble you, to make you truly, truly good at art. And so when I get in a room with that, I can smell bullshit a mile away. And I can't help but play along and be nice and respectful and then walk away with a little bit of bullish chuckle to feel even more confident in my position. Because I'll tell you one thing that I always remember. This is one thing I want you to always remember. No one in this fucking world cares where you lose their money, your money, where you lose your money. And if you're losing your money and it's entertaining to them, then they'll be right there egging you on. But God forbid you put your money somewhere that takes their money, they're going to try to talk you off that mountain. And that's just the fucking facts of life. And in a market full of bulls and bears, you're always going to have a slick bear coming in trying to talk you off your position because it's going to help them in their. And I'll tell you what, they're just as emotional as retail because half of them are retail. They're wannabes, and they can't help but break their mold. A lot of the real slick short players, they don't get on these fucking spaces and fucking put their mouth out there. They don't get into interrogations and ask questions and answer questions. They don't get themselves in that situation because they're trained and they know how to make the money and how to work the system. But the rookies do. And they think they're slick, and I smell them a mile away. And I'll tell you what it does. It actually makes me more bullish, and it makes me want to run out and buy first thing Monday morning, because when they say something, after I've already got that understanding, that's when I realized what they said, I got to do the opposite. So always remember that there's a lot of coyotes out there. They're going to play with you and want to take you to the fucking creek bed to meet the rest of the coyotes. And they're not going to do it like you think they are. They're not going to come in and just be like, GRK, it's fucking bullshit, man. You should sell it all. No, they've tried that. They got disconnected, fucking muted, done. They've gotten tactical. They will come in and befriend you. They will talk you off in whatever position you're in and whatever stock it is. And you just need to be smart, have your convictions, and don't let anybody fucking tell you anything. And I'll tell you this, they don't care. Remember, nobody cares if you lose. So if they care that you're going to lose, that should be a red flag.
I honestly missed on 30% on VORB this week just because I listened to my following. T, you have your hand up. What do you got?
Sorry, guys, is that me? Did you say T?
Yes, sir, I did.
Oh, dope. Sorry, I was just lighting a joint. Cool. What was I saying here? No, I did want to just put my hand up again for like people under the age of 35, who are retail investors. I feel like maybe there's some more aggressive language that's being used sometimes when speaking about that facet of individual. Again, like I come from a nonprofit.
Who's the individual?
Pardon me?
What individual are you talking about? Because I'm a very aggressive person, so I don't know if you're talking about me.
No. I wouldn't call anybody out on like this discussion tonight.
Well, no. If it's me, call me out. Go ahead.
No, it's not like that at all. Just like
Okay.
Sometimes when we talk about like little fish, or we talk about like rookies, or we talk about just people who don't have money, losers. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just irks the ears of some people out there. So like again, like I came into this space because of some names and faces that I trust from a different space. Like, you know, big shout outs to like Weed Tards and Geo and a couple other folks on StockTwits who brought me over here. And then when this feed dropped, they brought me right back like 10 minutes later. It's crazy. So I just want to like maybe speak up for like that sect of folks. And like as someone who posts pretty frequently on certain platforms, a lot of just like meme bullish nonsense, just to like keep up morale. And like, you know, I've met a lot of people on there that are ending up to be friends for me. I don't think there's anything wrong with stuff like that. I think that the conversation around who is saying what and why is really important. I think if someone comes in and says, oh, hey, I'm really, really worried about this huge position that you have in this thing because I used to be here and I saw this and all of this kind of soothsaying that seems to be happening in the last 24 to 48 hours.
T, let me tell you something, okay? I am not bought and paid for by anyone. I stream all day, every day. If you want my honest opinion, come to my stream and we could just, you know, shoot the shit. But I am not bought and paid for. And I know a lot of people are, and I'm not gonna it is what it is. There's certain content creators who are. It is what it is. I haven't dug into Arca all that much, but I've respected the things that he's posted. Like the thing is, there are a lot of people that are bought and paid for. Some of us are not. Some of us have the best intentions. Come hang out and see what you think.
I think I have been hanging out for the last couple hours here, and on StockTwits I've been hanging out for the last 6 months, but really in this like Troika community only for the last since the last run up when I bought in at 68, right? And I think I'm really starting to see who is out here learning and sharing and talking, and I dig that. And so anybody who's doing that, I'm into it. I don't care if you're bearish or bullish. I really don't. I know my position. I'm a grown ass man, and I'm gonna do my thing. So come Monday morning, I'm gonna buy in based on what I hear from a lot of you guys. So thank you again, and I'll be here until you guys shut it down.
No. I want to correct you on something.
Go ahead.
Trade on your own DD.
Pardon me?
Trade on your own due diligence. And whatever we say is commentation, not financial advice, but trade on your own on your own free will. What we say is just our opinion.
Yeah, let me like walk that back a bit, I guess. I am a position trader because I'm a novice, so like I take positions, I have my position, I'm fine with it. Like I said, I've got a 23 average, and I'm good with that. It's just going to be when I buy, so I'm going to be looking and listening to people out there who know what's up for a good place to enter come Monday morning. So again, I'm just listening.
Come hang out with me then.
Cool. If I can tap in here real quick. So, what I'm hearing is, you had a 68-cent position. You now have a 23-cent position. And you're holding 60,000 shares. You had said earlier, and now you said a little bit ago, 50,000 shares. So you're somewhere between 50 and 60,000 shares. And so you're not a little guy. And you're not a little guy. There's guys in here with a lot less than $10,000, $15,000 invested in one stock. So in order for you as a new trader, as you said you were a new trader, throwing $10,000 to $15,000 at a stock you sound like you really don't know anything about, I'm not going to point fingers and say anything suspect, but I'll tell you this. You're not a small trader. A small trader is not a loser. And every one of us is a retail trader that deserves to throw 20 bucks in and make a little on something that feels right. And
Facts.
There's nothing wrong with that. Nobody in here is giving advice. Nothing's financial advice. It's all investors in TRKA that are just getting to know each other.
Except for Neil in the last space. Neil does have his certifications.
Okay, that's the space I started in, so maybe I'm...
Great guy, and he shared his knowledge with us. He's retired. His days are over in the street, but he shared some good knowledge with us tonight, and it was fucking amazing for him to come out and share that with us. But he also was doing it in an aspect of look out for yourself, make your own decisions. He's just telling you what he's seen, the lay of the land over the years that he's traded. He's not here to tell you to buy TRKA or not buy TRKA, nor is myself or Buzz or anyone.
And he doesn't even know the play. He does not know the play whatsoever. He's just talking from a charting aspect.
Talking from charting, he's talking from the game itself. Mostly we talk naked shorts and how that nasty beast works, because that's happening to multiple shorts. And like he said, they're shorting anything and everything because they're greedy. They're still on a heater from the pandemic, and they think they're going to stay on that heater forever. And the sad part is for them is at some point it breaks because the economy can't hold it. It cannot sustain it. And so eventually all these fundamental companies that are there and not going anywhere, they're not going to zero. You're not going to bankrupt. You're not losing money on your shares. You're only losing when you sell. So
it comes to fundamentals, bro. Like we had that talk all night, bro. It comes to fundamentals, and like we have it.
Yeah. And so the bottom line is, whether you buy it or you don't buy it, that's up to you. As Buzz said, do your own research, do your own due diligence when it comes to what you want to invest your money in, and don't risk what you're not willing to lose. But the bottom line is, you're only losing when you're selling. So for myself, as a trader that's been in this, doing this part-time for quite a while now, when I see a situation like this, where there's about 7 different stars pointing towards one thing, supporting each other, it turns it into a layup for me, where I find a price range that I'm willing to buy in, and I try to catch the pullbacks because every little investment matters, every little bit that you come up matters. But ultimately, I'm not afraid to catch this on a run up in the 30s. Not at all, because I know once it breaks 33.
You're bringing absolution to an incredibly volatile system.
Eve,
This is
Eve,
not okay.
Eve. I just want to go ahead and I want to say that on my channel, Eve, I would love to have you on my channel because it seems like you're, you want to speak up. Like, I like activity in chat. I look for layups only. I want to hear from I want to hear from Eve, and then I want to hear from T. But Eve, if you could like slow down a little bit, you just kind of sound like a little bit hostile. Like we're all friends. You know what I mean? But yeah, Eve and then T.
Thank you. I'm sorry if I come across hostile, but when I repetitively see this type of mantra where they're pushing on like do this, I know the truth, it's true, do the exact opposite, because there's an ulterior motive there. Anytime anyone has that type of fervor, it's for monetarily gain. And my personal accountant has said, get the fuck out. And he's been really good so far. So, in my opinion, humbly, I suggest not to do that.
To do what specifically?
Invest in
what?
Oh, okay. T. Go ahead. Go ahead. It doesn't really sound like Eve's really contributing. I'm sorry, Eve, to cut you off. Just like you're just not. You're.
I want to hear what Eve.
Oh, okay. Then go ahead. I thought T had something to add to like. Go ahead, Eve. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, no, I have Ethereum. I have Ethereum coin. I have like the Bitcoin based or whatever, and then a couple Doge, and then I have this other weird thing.
Can we not talk about Doge? I'm down to talk about Bitcoin. Can we not talk about Doge? I hate Doge.
Sure. I agree. But in the long term, y'all, it's get gold and silver. This kind of behavior, I think, will only cause you stress. It's too volatile, and everything's moving towards the gold standard. So let's look at the big picture.
I'm actually gonna be having a space on gold soon. Just so everybody knows, I am gonna be having a space on gold soon. I'm in contact with somebody, but unfortunately, me and Syntax got our schedules twisted. But yeah, I will be having a space on that soon.
Gold is the oldest most borrowed against by the Rothschilds in the history of any metal that exists. Gold is a facade. Gold will come up and down and fluctuate like a teeter-totter and be the profits of the machine itself, the central banking system. Gold has had its clutches on it since the fucking turn of mankind. Gold is the biggest facade when it comes to building an economy for pulling money from the man to the government.
It sounds like my space is gonna be a good time then, from what you're saying.
Yeah, bring people on to that, because that Jim.
Follow me, fam.
Invest in gold, and look what it's done. It's a roller coaster, just like the rest of them.
In 6 months, none of what he's talking about will answer. Only gold and silver.
Companies that aren't going anywhere, fundamental companies that aren't going anywhere. Volatility doesn't mean anything if you're holding long term. If you're a day trader and play the volatility to your advantage and make money. But either way, pick a side and pick a goal. And if it's a long-term goal, volatility means nothing as long as it's laddering up. And if the company's growing and they're growing fundamentally, then you're going to make money over time. So it doesn't matter what it is, but the fact is gold will always make money on the backs of the central banks, and you'll always be fluctuating.
Yeah, but wait. I hate to interrupt you. But what if they go ahead and they switch to digital currencies? Because Yeah, I hate to I hate to sound like I don't want to sound cocky here because like I'm not a cocky person. I'm just very intelligent on topic. What if they switch to digital currencies?
As in the government's going to create gold, like nobody knows.
Well, no. Like a poll just came out with the news release today about them having over $1 billion something worth of XRP, right? Like XRP could literally replace Swift, or they could plug and play. I put out plenty of videos about this, but people don't pay attention to my shit. I don't know what it is. Yeah, but it's all connected through ISO. But all right, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just listening to you guys talk and see how intelligent you guys are about it.
XRP is Fed money.
Okay, there's no security on any of what he's saying.
XRP.
Wait. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Are you talking to me?
Oh no, the man that's proclaiming, like, advocating for this volatile bullshit.
What volatile bullshit?
Are we listening to the same conversation?
Well, yeah. No. You and I are having try to have a conversation, but you're not responding.
Sure. Any type of bit that is not monetized by the government will be either tax evaded or completely seized. So let's not do that. Get your money.
Well, as long as you're smart about what you do, you're gonna be fine. But that takes a level of intelligence, and I'm sure that a lot of people in the room have it.
Yeah? Who?
I do.
Well, it's been a great
Anyone else?
Friday, we're going to do it again. It's midnight, West Coast. And it was everybody. Hope everybody enjoyed their good Friday.
Spouting bullshit is tiring, huh?
I hope you guys have a great
Yeah, that sucks, man. I don't know how this got hijacked, but thanks, guys. Bye.
Oh yeah, all right. So anyways, if you want constant TRKA and you guys want to hang out and bullshit about other stocks too, feel free to follow me. But I don't want to listen to some nonsense. You guys have a good one, and I appreciate everyone's time tonight. And I'm glad that we put this together. Me and Barking will definitely get this going again. And Arca, we gotta hook up and do some kind of collab or some kind of shit.
Thank you for letting me speak, y'all. I appreciate it.
Will do, buddy.
I hope you guys all have a good weekend. Everybody have a happy Easter. And watch out for the tactical. But remember, get fucked, shorty. If you're short on you're gonna get fucked. It'll be fun.
Completely agreed.
I hope you all have a good night.
I'm gonna be straight up. I just couldn't deal with that nonsense. So I'm chilling, but I just wasn't dealing with nonsense. So I'm just chilling. Like if you guys want to sit here and talk about this, still great. But I wasn't just gonna have that conversation.
Sorry, but I'm not even sure what happened.
Wow.
I don't know. Some girl just came on and she was very, very nasty, and I was just all right. So then we'll end the space, and then she just left. So now we could sit here and talk if you guys want, because she's not here.
Can you hear me, Buzz?
Now I got you.
Okay. So
I can hear you, Spidey.
Yeah, I booted her when I watched her and I listened her. I was trying to think, where is her goal? Where
You're roboting a little bit.
After someone's just
Yo, bark. You're roboting. You're roboting. Yeah. Can someone grab a mic? Like, does anyone want to like talk? Like, what do you guys feel?
Buddy, try to put the mic, or I'm sorry, get out a speakerphone maybe. It's actually kind of hard to do that because, like, right? Damn. Guys, but I'm going to have to actually cut out. I need to feed my boy right now. But I love you all, okay? I'll catch you all soon. Send me some DMs.
Yeah. I am gonna dip myself. Thank you guys for having me. Barking. I don't know why you started a space different than mine tonight, but like, we got to figure that out in the future.
spaces every Friday night.
But I scheduled ours early. That's why I thought it was gonna be like a little bit different. So like we'll me and you just gotta get together and figure it out. It's no big deal. But
So 7:00 Friday nights, we do Stonks and Chill. We
Uh,
bring in Frankie. We
oh.
bring in Arca. We bring in all these guys.
Okay.
So every Friday night, 7:00, regardless if we're running or not, we're on here. We're talking different stonks. Everyone's welcome.
All right. Hey.
I don't care if they're even Jim Kramer trying to sell us gold. You know.
No, I hear you. All right. Hey, thank you guys for having me. Again, please like and sub to my YouTube channel. I'm trying to take Google's money, not your money. You know what I'm saying? And I talk about a lot of like TRKA and I don't know, other shit. But thanks guys. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, everybody follow.